All right, thank you everybody for joining us. We're going to get started here. Apologies for starting out a little bit late today. All right, we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board, I'd like a motion to approve the agenda for August 15th, 2024 as presented.
I'd like to make a motion.
So second.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to remove policy 2116 from the agenda.
Second. We have a motion to amend, remove policy 2116. And a second.
Second.
Director Cook seconded. Any discussion, board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. So board, we now have a new motion to approve the agenda for August 15th, 2024 as presented, minus the policy 2116.
So moved.
That's all right. So we have a first by Director Blair. Second.
Second.
Herman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. All right, up next we have patron comments. During patron comments, residents of the district and staff members are invited to address the Board of Education on issues related to the school district. Speakers are called forward in the order of sign up, and each speaker has 3 minutes to make their remarks. Please remember that only one speaker is allowed at the podium at a time, and combining time or giving your time to someone else is not permitted. The board appreciates you taking the time to come this evening, and we value both your input and perspective. I would like to remind everyone that we expect that speakers will remain civil and respectful when giving remarks. If anyone fails to comply with those board policies, regulations, and rules, we reserve the right to cut those 3 minutes short, and we welcome Sam Young to this step forward.
Good evening, board, staff, superintendent, and patrons. My grandmother made a strong impression on me in a conversation when I was a young man. We were talking about Germany and both the post or the pre and during World War II years, and how the population must have and actually did know their government was lying to them, and the dishonesty and the deception that went into that. To live in a society that wasn't open and honest with them. She impressed on me that we must not allow those in charge to hide the truth, that we must have the courage to act with the truth. Tonight you have the opportunity to uphold several truths. One is that parents should be the main authority for their children. Schools should not be able to keep secrets from parents about their kids' sexual identity. The lie that is spreading like a weed that it is the responsibility of school staff to protect kids from their parents, and not from abuse that might be reported, but just for ideas that parents might hold. That it might not be safe for parents to know about certain conversations with their kids. Policy 6116 must be passed to protect kids and their relationships with their parents. That stronger bond and in keeping parents informed will lead to better results for our kids. There's also a truth that schools should set age-appropriate limits on the materials that are given to kids. Setting age-appropriate limits on what we have in our school libraries is not book banning. Instead, it's addressing the developmental maturity of our kids. It addresses with openness, what our kids are learning, and keeps our schools focused on their academic mission. I would ask that you pass the library policies tonight. There's been a lot of mistruths about them, about that they would lead to the banning of Harry Potter, of all things, or that it would lead to the banning of even the Bible from district libraries. I find this charge absurd. Harry Potter has never been tried to be banned from our school libraries, and I don't think any of the regulations that are going on tonight would lead to that. I ask that you act with the truth tonight and to protect the privacy of our kids, to protect the relationship of our parents and guardians with their kids.
Thank you.
We will not
Your
regret
time
it.
is up.
Thank you.
Up next, we welcome Harper Schneider.
Good evening. My name is Harper Schneider. I'm a junior at Francis Howell North. I'm here to talk about some policies that have been written and are being voted on tonight. I know I will not cover all policies and their points, but I have found several flaws in them that can be confusing to the community. These policies fail to cover some situations and outcomes from these regulations. In Policy 6116, the policy is vague and not thorough. If a student is getting bullied for being a part of the LGBTQ community, is it wrong for that student to tell a trusted adult working in the building? Language that values certain groups of students over others makes this policy harmful to the students of Francis Howell. In Regulation 6314, why do school board members have more power over what I can read than my own parents? The policy's unclear definitions of obscene, vulgar, and educational suitability should give attention to censorship. They may cause biased decisions and the repression of opposing views. Finally, I believe students feel respected when they are given a choice. They become more engaged in their education and feel more accountable when they realize that their ideas count. They develop into innovators, leaders, and problem solvers. Why wouldn't we serve as role models for the democracy and inclusivity that we hope they will one day defend? It is a sad but true reality that the valuable opinions of myself and many other students are not taken into account when creating these shamefully targeted policies. It is your job to listen to the students like me, and I speak for myself and many other students, that we will never stop fighting for what is right. The adults in the community need to be the example for the students of Francis Howell. Thank you.
Next, we welcome Chris Brooks.
Good evening, folks. One thing I do agree with Ms. Schneider there, and that is the adults in the community do need to be the examples for the students. And that requires that those adults use their judgment and their understanding that children are not just small adults, but they're developing in many ways. And it's important, especially in the education world, that that development and that process is taken into account. Now, In our civilization, the figure of justice is usually represented as a woman who's blindfolded and carrying a sword and a balanced set of scales, right? This is very symbolic. The blindfold represents that justice needs to be dispensed without regard to the person's identity who's before the justice. The scales represent the equal weighing of all sides in an argument as well as their evidence. And the sword represents the authority to dispense that justice. Now, the symbolism of Lady Justice, if you're to sum it up in a word, might be the word fairness, right? Fairness is a very important value to us as Americans. But what happens when that blindfold is removed? The scales are weighted down on one side and the sword is misused in the mistaken service of ideology. The policies that are up for vote tonight, and each in their own way, represent an effort at setting right practices in our district that have become unfair or unbalanced, or sometimes both. So let's take an example. Curriculum. Right now, the current policy disadvantages curriculum that is purchased by not requiring it to go through the same level of review that curriculum written by the district does. The policy wisely removes that disadvantage and puts all potential curriculum for district review on the same footing. The teaching of sexuality update restores the rightful place of those kinds of discussions outside of health class as being with parents. Finally, the library and instructional materials policy updates open up the process to more voices and provide clearly defined guidelines to use. In the past decade that I've been monitoring this stuff, I have never yet seen a successful book challenge. This is amusing. Why do we have a book challenge process if the outcome is predetermined? The reason is that the process is weighted in favor of those who are going to want to keep the book, the administrators. When the state recently passed a new law regarding the depiction of sex acts in graphic novels, several books had to be removed from district shelves. Why were these not already removed previously? This fact illustrates the imbalance of the current policy. I encourage audience members to go to the Francis L. Family's website for more details on these policies and the examples that we've seen over the years recently. Finally, I want to address the hyperbolic language put out there by the opponents of these policies, specifically the claim that the teaching sexuality policy will encourage bullying. There is no evidence, and bullying is already against district policy, so it's kind of hard to believe that this is going to take place. If you remember nothing else about the discussion, though, remember these activists want adults, teachers, and trusted positions to talk about sex life and gender identity with students, impressionable youngsters who are under their authority. The policies for consideration tonight bring back into balance several imbalanced issues we've seen in the district recently. I encourage the passage.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Up next, we welcome Jamie Martin.
I'm not excited to be here tonight. I would really like to stop coming to these meetings. And I would bet a lot of us feel the same way. I'm tired of fighting with my neighbors. I'm tired of calling you guys. I'm tired of emailing you. We are all tired. The gentleman before me is a man I know fairly well, maybe not so well, but we share some philosophies, we share some faith values. That's about it. But I think one of the things that I feel really strongly about as a parent is that I get to make decisions for my own kids. I actually have pretty strict rules in my house about what movies my kids watch, about what they listen to, about what they read. And we have systems for monitoring that in our home, and I wouldn't expect anyone else to do that the way that we do. I also don't want that power taken from me, right? We have a process in place, as the gentleman before said, and because we haven't been successful in a book challenge, or some haven't been successful in a book challenge, and they didn't feel that the process was fair, that doesn't mean there wasn't a process in place, right? We also confuse a lot of times this 6116 policy confuses gender identity with sexuality. I'm standing here with red hair. About 2 people out of every 100 persons born have red hair, right? It's not that common. I've been called names for it before, but that's fine. You might be surprised to learn that 2 out of every 100 people, about 2 out of every 100 people, is also born intersex. That means they may not be born with an XY chromosome set or an XX set. They may have some difference in that genetic makeup. They may have mismatched chromosomes with their genitalia. They may have an extra chromosome. They may be missing one, right? And so what we learn from that in these times of DNA, right, is that maybe gender isn't as clear-cut as we thought. Now, we all have different faith values, and I respect those faith traditions. But I think the reason that this policy exists, and maybe some of the folks holding my signs might not like it when I say this, isn't because of hate, but it's because of fear. I think we're afraid. We're afraid of what it looks like when our kids get caught up in what some people call social contagion. We're afraid of our families being blended with other people who don't have our values or who don't share our identities. You know what? That's happened before. People against integration said the same thing. Their real fear was mixing the races, and it's time to just let go of all that fear.
Up next, we welcome Daniel Bassett. Daniel Bassett.
Hello, how's everyone doing tonight? I'm coming. Obviously, missed the last meeting, and I'm sorry for that because Director Cook had a lot of changes that I was eager to hear the discussion on. But that said, I was thinking a bit about the direction that this board is taking us. And some of the language I've heard about common sense. There's things like this idea that Sam Young spoke earlier on about how the government doesn't hide things from the people. And I like that. That's a common sense position. Of course, the question of whether or not the Bible would be banned is something that we have to think about. That's not common sense. We'd have to make an exception for that one, of course. But common sense policies to teach things that just make us feel good. I love that. It's the ideology of the everyday, right? What everyday people believe. Good old-timey knowledge. We got to be careful though, because people say, we've all heard, everybody knows the moon's made of green cheese, right? Everybody knows that frogs will give you warts. Everybody knows that you won't get pregnant if it's your first time. Now, everything I just said is wrong, right? But only one of those things is dangerous, but they're all common sense. So I'm still excited about this idea of fairness, right? This idea that we should teach all perspectives and such. So, it's interesting with regards to history, science, other subjects. Since we're going to apparently just throw out academic consensus on those issues, I'm looking forward to the day that my 10-year-old comes home from school with homework on a numerology module, right? Scientific racism like eugenics and phrenology, because those are points of view, right? People believe those things. They were common sense at one point. And I also really want to know where exactly the firmament of the heavens collides with the stratosphere. That's what I'm looking forward to in our new curriculum that's fair and even and teaches all points of view. But seriously, it's worth exploring those interesting ideas, and the board has lots of them. Director Puskar, for instance, is frustrated with the cost of special education. I know my daughter, my 6-year-old, is nonverbal autistic and requires a great deal of care. We are actually considering connecting her with the Center for Autism, which I know it charges exorbitant fees, but if we can cut costs around that, I'm sure it'll still be okay for her. Director Cook wants us to review all the potential objectionable material that might or might not exist in our libraries. So I say book club, anybody? We'll all sit down, we'll read every single volume in there. That sounds awesome. It's not like there's people doing that, but President Bertrand, I'm not sure what you are or are not responsible for after the gumbo of editorial edits that we've had. It's very confusing to me. But I'm sure that the direction is going to be great, especially with the impending fiscal cliff looming over us. You will all have an answer for that. I look forward to it. Thank you for your time.
Up next, we welcome Miranda Bell.
Greetings to the board and to the community at large. My name is Miranda Bell, and I'm a parent of 2 sons in the district. I also serve as the Education Committee Chair for the St. Charles County NAACP. There's not a person in our family who has not been touched by the ugly impacts of racism in our district. Years ago, my oldest son was called the N-word on the football field by a Howell High student. Earlier this year, I was informed by a 6th grade student at Howell Middle that I looked like I belonged in the kitchen making him a sandwich at the career day. We spent the last week navigating racist taunts that were aimed at my son at Howell North, words like 617 dog, look it up, and monkey, not from enemies, but from people who my son thought were his friends. We've also been navigating the consequences that were issued when my son stood up for himself and another classmate against these ongoing racial slurs. Our students have learned from our nation's political leaders that taunting, mocking, and cruel insults can be lobbed at others without accountability. They've learned from the leaders in our district that developing empathy about the lived experience of African Americans is unnecessary, and they've learned from the collective silence and the absence of disciplinary actions that these verbal attacks are acceptable. There's not an adult in this room who can argue with the fact that there has been an uptick in the prevalence of these verbal attacks. As a parent and an advocate for students of color, the sheer amount of race-based incidents, the response of parents, and the vitriolic reactions of those being held accountable for these attacks all point to a need for specificity in how these incidents are handled. We have to do better as a community in teaching our children that these words are not okay. Friends, this is not CRT. This is decency. I am formally requesting that the district strengthen its protections for students of color against racial bullying by including specific language in the bullying policy 2655, disavowing all hate speech, slurs, and racial taunts, as well as developing a corresponding regulation that outlines a clear disciplinary action for students who choose to violate the policy. A PIN form to this effect has been submitted or is being submitted to the policy committee. While the restoration of the resolution against racism is a strong symbolic act, it is not supported by policy and disciplinary measures necessary to minimize or eradicate hate speech and other acts of violence against students of color. It is time for us as a community to admit the failure to protect the 25% of students who make up the district's marginalized populations, to listen, to learn, and to become better. It is my hope that FHSD will take these concerns seriously and begin to address the procedural, climate, and cultural issues that have allowed race-based incidents to become so rampant in the district. Thank you for your time.
Next, we welcome Adriana Kim.
Hello, board directors. I'm a mother of 2 in the district, and I'm here to speak on behalf of many people that reside in the Francis Howell School District who fully support policies 2116, 6114, 6116, 6241, 6310, and 6341. It is deeply concerning that we live in such a time that we have to implement these policies, but the reality is that these are the times we live in. Recently, I read an email posted online from a Francis Howell preschool teacher that admitted she was discussing sexual preferences with a 4-year-old. How in the world does this make sense? This should not be allowed in our schools. Policy 6116 protects children and families from these misaligned actions, and Policy 6116 states no district employee should encourage a student to pursue gender reassignment therapy or surgery. Encouraging children to change genders is unethical on multiple levels, and without this policy implemented, Francis Howell is continually exposed to significant litigation risk. This is because transition, whether it's behavioral transition, such as pronoun changes, or medical transition, such as physical mutilation, has significant negative, life-threatening health risks. Here are some statistics from the CDC and NIH. The general population risk of attempted suicide is 0.79%. The attempted suicide rate for transitioners is 32 to 50% across countries the NIH studied. This is a 4,000+% increase in attempted suicide for transitioners. We know conclusively that people who transition have severely higher suicide rates. Our schools should not be encouraging this serious medical choice for our children at all. Only parents and guardians should make medical decisions for children, especially when our children's lives are on the line. Allowing our schools to make medical and mental health choices for our children without our consent is illegal. Multiple other policies up for vote tonight are amendments to existing policies. For years, we've had these policies in place for challenged books, but they weren't well-defined policies. These amended policies give clear direction to our district employees that have a unified approach and provide higher levels of transparency to the public. As to Policy 2116, boys should not be allowed in girls' restrooms or bathrooms. Period. Other schools have seen sexual assaults from boys being allowed in girls' restrooms, and by Francis Howell School District choosing not to implement a policy on this, we are exposing our children to
Thank you.
increased sexual risks
Your
and
time is
exposing
up.
litigation.
Excuse me. Can we pause 1 second? Can we give the last speaker 20 seconds more to finish her thoughts since there's some interruptions? So let's give the full 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
I would ask everybody, I know there's maybe some heatedness in the room and acknowledge that, but I would ask that everybody give the courtesy to all the speakers to let them speak their mind and their thoughts, and from all sides and from both sides to this issue.
And also, can we put the 30-minute timer to where it was following her speech so it doesn't take away time from the others? So I think that was at 8.
I would say that sets a precedent.
Pause it for 45 seconds.
Pause. Okay, let's do her 20 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. On another topic, the gentleman who spoke at the last meeting on cybersecurity was right. We need more attention, policies, action, and direction on cybersecurity for Francis Howell. We are entering into an ever-growing technological age, and after the attacks last spring, we have to put funding and attention into this critical aspect of our schools. Lastly, I want to talk about some of the summer programs at Francis Howell. I'm so appreciative of all the wonderful programs that Francis Howell put on this summer. When my kids were younger, they attended free elementary programs, and now that they're older, there are so much opportunities at the higher grade levels. My son is in football. This summer program is phenomenal, and I'm so grateful. I know football has a lot of attention, but my daughter going into middle school has also had so much opportunity with Francis Howell camps over the summer. 4 weeks she attended different camps, and they were reasonably priced and well run, and I just really appreciate the staff and programs that run throughout the summer and wanted to say thanks. Thank you.
Up next, we welcome Kurt Wolf.
That's hard to follow. Thank you, board. I'm a graduate of Francis Howell. Our kids are alumni, and now our grandkids attend. Saying that, though, I'm very sad to be here tonight speaking on this topic. We have a couple of dozen librarians, and I think that the majority do exercise pretty good judgment in selecting age-appropriate books. Some, however, think that there is no such thing as a child too young to be given extremely sexually explicit materials. They are the experts, and they don't care what you think. They don't want to make it easy to see what books they're buying. Sunlight is their enemy. These individuals are protected and encouraged by a few woke ideologues in our administration who also control the makeup of the Book Challenge Committee. Those who support their ideology resort to deflection, gaslighting, and name-calling. So it's time to stop being so abstract about the problem and be very specific. I'm going to read from a book selected by some of these librarians. If you're watching with children, I recommend that you step out or pause now. The book Crank is a story of a 15-year-old girl, and this scene explicitly describes her being raped by her boyfriend, who is high on meth. It was challenged a couple of years ago, and the committee voted, as they always do, to retain it, including in our middle schools, that is, for children as young as 11 years old. Kisses segued to bites, bruises, pain rippled through my body. Brendan, please stop. No, you promised, you damn little tease. Off came my shorts, down went his zipper. I realized I was in serious trouble. I'll scream. I froze as he pushed inside. There it is. Oh God, there it goes. It went all right with an audible tear. Pain mushroomed into agony, and all I could do was go stiff. You weren't lying, you bitch. I laid there sobbing as he worked and sweated over me. Stoked by the monster, it took him a long time to finish. Give me a line, I'll give you an encore. He pulled away, sticky and bloody. I urge the board to pass the library policies and the others too. And I just want to say, Dr. Rumpus, I'm disappointed. I think you're a talented administrator and you've done a pretty good job, but I think you've fallen short in terms of getting your house in order. So, thank you.
Next, we welcome Harry Harris.
Yep. All right. I'm glad my speech got thrown out the window tonight. It's hard to follow the person who's funded for thousands of dollars, Francis Howell family, but I'm going to really give it a shot. I'm going to start off by thanking Dr. Rumpus, as well as the rest of the administrators, as well as the teachers who have had to deal with this crap over and over and over again. Yet here we are yet again. All right, let's talk about the whole bathroom. Look, first of all, let me go back to the book reading that we just had. You know what I'm more offended by than the words in that book? Is young girls getting raped. That's what I'm more offended by. I'm more offended by the fact that they have to go through the experiences that he just read. And unfortunately, in a sad, sad world, we have that. Now, if you're going to try to tell me that that book and its passages are causing rape, you're more delusional than I thought. Now, let's go back and let me also start. Academics over activism. I appreciate that. Yet all this week, I've had to hear a board member talk about a conservative push for the board. Have that discussion. And let's talk about the bathroom policy. I have a million things that I have to deal with as a parent. There's a lot of discussions that I have with my son. Not one time has he come home confused about who's using a bathroom. I'm concerned about vaping. I'm concerned about fighting. I'm concerned about his friends who are not sure where they're going to get their next meal. Those are the things I'm concerned about, and those are the things you all should be concerned about. And this book thing, let's talk about the lies that have been perpetrated tonight. Your policy could set up to get books banned that we wouldn't think would be banned. Maybe Harry Potter hasn't been banned in our libraries. Guess what? Spoiler alert, it's been banned in different places. So that's why we're trying to get this through your heads that we don't want this policy. And let me also say, there hasn't been a book challenge, I believe, since 22. So I don't see that there's a lot of problems going on right now. And then somebody wanted to talk about, well, you know, I've never seen a book pulled. Just because it doesn't agree with your point of view doesn't mean that the process ain't working. We got teachers, we got administrators, we had students on there, we got parents. It's working. End this culture war crap. And quit going on talk radio and talking badly about the district.
Next, we welcome Shayna Youngdell.
Good evening. I believe that I'm entitled to a full 3 minutes. Thank you. My name is Shayna Youngdell. I'm a district parent, a young adult author, and a member of Authors Against Book Bans. I'm speaking to you today regarding the implications of the proposed library and media policies. These revisions are unnecessary and unwanted. The policies in place work. We need to let educators do their jobs. They know something critically important. Literature can and does save lives. I know. It saved mine. The policies you propose will result in titles being removed from our classrooms. This will disrupt our students' education. It will terrify and demoralize our teachers, and it will leave our students lacking. Is this the district we want to be? I doubt it. These policies are unpopular. A Hart research poll found that the vast majority of Americans, over 90%, trust librarians. 67% of the voting public disapprove of the removal of books from school libraries. The policies you put forth are anti-intellectual, anti-American, and anti-educator. Stories change lives. My grandfather served in the Second World War. I grew up aware of its horrors, but it wasn't until I read Mouse in my 9th grade English class that I viscerally understood how typing and demeaning others can lead to atrocities like the Holocaust. Art Spiegelman's books painted a clear picture of what can happen when we dehumanize people, when we name call, when we allow our worst natures to dominate. That's when the real horrors of humanity occur. Mouse has been banned widely, including here in Missouri. I ask you, is this what you want? To say that books like Mouse are bad? Books that teach that we must value one another's humanity above all else? I find it hard to believe you want that. Even those you disagree with strongly share a common humanity. Literature reminds us that we can find common ground, that we can work together, that we can survive hard times and work to build a kinder and more just world. Stories make us more empathetic and understanding. They allow us inside someone else's life, maybe a raped child. They grow our ability to love. As a teen, most of the grown-ups in my life unfortunately had no idea of the trials I faced. But I found stories of girls who survived hardships and flourished. That's how I stand before you today. Stories help me survive, and I'm asking you,
Your time
would
is
you
up.
take that from our children?
Next, welcome FHCA.
Good evening, board, chiefs, patrons, and teachers. My name is Francine Hill, and I am the FHEA president. It has been a very exciting couple of weeks. Last week, we had the pleasure of spending time at our new educator orientation. It was wonderful to see all the new educators so excited to be part of our district, and we had some great conversations. This week, everyone made it back to their classrooms to prepare for the new year, getting their classrooms all set up, preparing for open house, and making sure curriculum was ready for the first day of school. We were excited that we negotiated an extra day for our educators to prepare for the start of the new year. It was disheartening when the district decided to plan trainings and meetings during these days, when our educators had made it very clear that they needed time. The word optional does not mean a lot to our staff. They feel pressured and obligated to do things when presented with these emails from our administration. It's well known to our administration that our teachers have a strong sense of dedication and are easily made to feel guilty when asked to do these trainings. Administration's answer when asked was, well, the workday isn't really defined and the trainings are optional. Although, in a later email, it did say that the training was mandatory before the testing could take place. We appreciate that policy 2116 was removed from the agenda tonight. We hope to never see it again, but if we must, we hope it will go through policy committee before it comes. I hear our board administration say, our board and our administration say that our school district is the best, and I must agree. We have always been proud to work in the Francis Howell School District. But there are individuals chipping away at the things that make us great. Is our district perfect? Of course not. Nothing is. There are things that we need to work on, but they've gotten lost in individuals' agendas, some of the changes that aren't necessary. Our staff, students, and their families are what make us great. We can't say enough how much we appreciate and respect them. The majority of our board needs to do so also. Thank you for your time.
Up next, we welcome FHSD.
Good evening. My name is Meryl Koenig, and I'm the Vice President for Paraprofessionals for FHSD. I currently work in the Learning Commons at Francis Howell Middle School. Helping students find just the right book to match their interest and reading levels is a part of what I do every day. It is a joy when students are able to find that perfect book that interests and challenges them in our wonderful collections. My personal goal is to learn something new every day, and I encourage that in the students with whom I work. FHSD would like to recognize our staff, our amazing custodial, maintenance, and ground crews who have been working over the summer to make repairs and improvements, scrub and clean, to make sure that all of our buildings and properties are ready for students to return to school next week. I know that my school looks wonderful. Our wonderful administrative assistants have been working tirelessly to make sure that parents, students, and staff are well prepared for the coming year with all of the details to make sure that each group has the information and materials needed for the coming year. No one loves paperwork, but they make sure that we have the dotted I's and the crossed T's so that things run smoothly. Our nurses are preparing the way to support the health of students and staff. They have taught us some of the things we need to do to handle emergency situations until the experts arrive, and we know that we can count on them to calmly handle those bumps, bruises, and so many other more difficult situations that walk through their doors every day. The building technicians have each been working multiple buildings, putting rooms back together after summer scrubs, updating and repairing old equipment, setting up new equipment. The list of jobs that they have during the slow months of summer and preparing for the new year is literally endless. I don't know if you've worked with computers, technology, but I'm pretty sure that not an hour goes by that a new technology work order is popping in each technologist's mailbox. Their hard work is essential to every part of the day for students and staff. Finally, we would like to recognize the behavior support specialists, interpreters, and paraprofessionals. These people work directly with students all day. The work they do to help their students be successful and included, and to make Francis Howell the most inclusive district we can for some of our most vulnerable students, is often forgotten because the people doing those jobs support their students and blend into the background to quietly help them with their victories, small and large. Here's to a successful new year for everyone. Thank you.
Board, I would like a motion to approve the consent agenda for August 15th, 2024 as presented.
So moved.
Ponder. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All right, next we have an individual action item. Or like a motion to approve the final design development schematic for the Francis Howell Central Baseball and Softball Complex and letting of bids as presented.
So moved.
Second. Good. Mr. Stutzig.
Good evening, Board. This evening, for your consideration, we've got a final presentation on the design development for the Francis Howell Central Baseball and Softball Complex. Our partners with Halson Miller will present this, and pending any questions that you may have, we would ask for an approval to move forward with the design development as presented, as well as support for the 4 alternates that are part of the recommendation. Okay, so I will turn it over to Mr. Justin Durham. He will present this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Saloon. Members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. Dr. Rompus and leadership team. So we'll start by a quick, just a recap of the current conditions that we have at the baseball field. So we have the baseball softball field combination. We have 2 dugouts that we looked at and considered. We have a metal storage building that we are looking at some alternates to potentially replace. We've got 2 bullpens, 2 batting cages, 5 sets of metal bleachers that we'll talk about here in a little bit. And then also we have a bench storage area that has some of the baseball stuff in it. So a design update, we've had 2 design meetings with the Francis Howell team, the Central High School team, on July 10th and July 19th, and these are some of the things that we have come up with here. So currently our base bid scope is to be, the biggest part of it is the artificial turf itself. So installing the artificial turf for the baseball softball complex, a new perimeter fence around the entire facility, and that's kind of needed because of the way we have to anchor the new turf. We take out that existing fence, we pour a concrete curb, there's a nailer that goes onto it, and that's what kind of helps keep the perimeter of that new turf down. So that new fence is a paramount thing that we have to do. Replacing of, sorry, I'm going backwards here. There we go. Replacement of the backstop. So last month when we did present this to you, we came to you with an option of maybe doing the concrete and some of the work that was behind the backstop and looking at where the bleachers set. As we dig into the design a little bit more, and we worked through some of the site conditions with the team over at Francis Howell Central, we decided that one of the moves that I'll show you later is to reduce the depth of home plate to the backstop. When we install that new backstop, it's going to be that new net system, and I'll kind of explain that a little bit later. So we've kind of moved that replacement of that uneven asphalt area that we showed you last week. We're going to put that into a base bid because it's going to be torn up as part of the base bid work when we put in the netting and some of the perimeter fencing. And then also modifying that bleacher area, and then we're going to go ahead and with one of the alternates is going to head and putting the infrastructure in for a potential alternate for lights. So if you choose to do it now or down the road, that is in. We won't have to tear up the field and do some of the other things. So we're kind of pre-doing some of that work for those things. So here's the 4 alternates as they currently stand, and kind of what we've worked through with the district team over at Francis Howell Central is number 1, that was in the base bid last time. I want to make this clear. We are now doing the renovation of the dugouts as an alternate. So that work can be done at any time. Alternate number 2 was install the field lighting. So that would be those Musco poles, kind of like that picture that you see here. Alternate number 3 would be replacing the bleachers that go onto that area that we talked about, going ahead and doing that asphalt repair behind home plate. So we're going to fix that uneven surface. As base bid, we'll put the old bleachers back, and then that'll be what we do back there. And then an alternate 4 would be the new masonry storage area on the end of each one of the dugouts, so that we might be able to get rid of that metal building that we have, the shed that we store our equipment in now. So for those are that's the base bid rundown and the 4 alternates. And here's the design of what we have been working with the team on. So you'll see the alternating light and green panels for the outfield and some of the turf. We've got the brown infield that everybody liked. You can see some of the logos and some of the branding that we have on the field that we've worked through with them. So you'll see we have Howell Central on both sides, right outside the first base and third base dugouts. We've got some signage behind home plate, and then we have a very subtle logo that is kind of sitting right behind second base. In this, you'll also see that we have the fencing that we're going to use, the school district currently owns, to set up for that softball season every single year. And so looking forward, we will be taking bids out in September. We'll bring those back to you in October, and hopefully we'll get your approval on that. And with that, I will open it up to some question and answers if you guys have any.
Questions, board?
Yes.
Can you go back to the slide with the lights?
Yes. This one here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain the lights?
Yeah, so what we're doing is taking an alternate for stadium lighting. So that would be the big poles so that we could play at night and some of those kind of things. So one of the things that we had talked about is with the turf, this is probably going to be a pretty popular location. And so by providing lights, it will give you more opportunities to play either longer into the evenings or do some additional, play time with the fields. One of the examples that we had is currently, you guys do not have a turf field within the district. And so we've been made aware that when it does rain on certain days, that you guys do have to travel to other places to play games and things like that. If you do add lights, it may give you the opportunity to play a home game here at Francis Howell Central, but then also have maybe another one of your district high schools, whether it be North or Francis Howell, come and maybe play a game here and not have to travel out of district. So if they were already scheduled for a home game that day, it just gives you more options and playability time for a turf field.
I guess what I was asking for is the physical nature of the lights. Can you explain, are those the directional LED lights? What are?
Yes. Yeah, so these are directional LED must-go lights. They're specific for fields. Basically, I think what we're looking at is 5 or 6 poles just to illuminate the field. The good thing about the LED lights is they are very controllable in terms of the direction, so we can really help with any light leakage that would go onto neighbors' properties or things like that. That can be really focused in on these here. They will also have the uplights, so that those that play baseball know that if you hit a fly ball or a pop-up that goes above the lights, it'll disappear until it comes back down below the lights. So we'll make sure to include some of those things in the package as well.
That's what I was getting at.
Yes.
Is I still play baseball and I still play under these lights. And for instance, in O'Fallon, Illinois, they don't have the uplights.
Yeah.
So a ball goes above the lights and it's gone.
It disappears
until it comes back down. So it's I want to make it very clear that that needs to happen here because first of all it's a safety issue, but ball comes down, it should have been caught on the infield, and right, it's a problem. It's a problem. Right. Okay, that's making sure that that's the case. Can you move over to the slide with the field itself? There you go. Yeah. What's with the short porch and right?
Oh, that's a good question. So what we've done is we've worked with the team. What we're looking to do is gain a little bit of distance from those neighbors that are behind. It does 2 things. So you'll see the sheds in the house that is relatively close behind right field. So that's one reason why we've moved that fence in. You'll also notice that even in left and center field, we've moved the fence in just a little bit. That will help us accommodate lights. So we have overhead wires that are back there. So we've had to move that in slightly in order to accommodate for future poles and things like that. So we're kind of thinking ahead as we do this. I can tell you right now that left field is 315 feet, center field is 375, and then right field is 300. But what we're looking at now is doing almost a 24-foot tall fence back there. We do have to go through planning in Cottleville to get that done because it is such a tall fence. But it's almost like your own green monster out there, right? We've reduced that, but it also adds additional safety for the houses and some of the property that's behind right field.
Yeah, it's going to need it. Yeah. High school kids hitting with metal bats is
right.
The last question I have with regard to this is, how is the softball wall anchored, or is it anchored, or is it just?
It's not anchored right now, so what it is the district owns some movable fencing, and it's on feet, so it's pretty stable, and they put that out and they take it back into storage, every off-season and season when they set up and tear down the fields. So that's kind of what you guys have now, and we're going to continue to use that.
And mound-wise, artificial mound?
Yeah, so we'll have
it'll
be a large 18-foot diameter mound, weighs about 1,600 pounds, comes in about 6 or 7 pieces. Yeah. So it's large enough. My son plays baseball too. He's 6'5", like 230. He pitches. Smaller mounds, they move around a lot, right? So being a baseball guy, that's not what we want. So it's going to be the large, diameter, professional style mound that we can put a turf on that'll match the color of the infield.
Different turf than
different.
The
infield. Yeah, yes. You can do any color of turf you want on that mound.
No, I mean different type of turf than the infield.
Yes. And then that can be put on casters or whatever, and then wheeled out to the outfield for the off season when softball uses the field, and then can be reinstalled for baseball.
And bases at 45 and 90, or we're?
Yeah, so we've got 60 and 90. So we're going to have
60 and 90.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 sets of bases. What you see in this rendering is the shorter bases, so we're actually showing you where the softball bases will end up in this rendering. And then yes, it'll be set up also for those 90-foot bases for our high school team.
And forgive all the questions, I wasn't here last month, and this is my thing, so.
All right, no worries.
Regarding the bleachers that you mentioned, are you suggesting replacing all the sets or just the set right behind home base that's really rusted out?
So what we've talked about currently is you'll see you have 5 sets that are up there in kind of that top picture. What we're kind of proposing is doing 3 sets, but they're a little bit larger that will accommodate the same amount of seating that you currently have. Yep.
Other questions, board?
Well, the lights, if we put those in, we have 2 games one day. Does that offer us any cost savings versus traveling to other fields, use of other fields? Is there any cost benefit to putting the lights in?
Yeah, I would offer that there most certainly is, because as I noted at the last board meeting when we were talking about the potential for these alternates is when we have to do that, we're traveling upwards of 45 minutes. I won't mention the school districts, but that requires engaging with transportation, getting another route driver to drive that bus, and you're putting kids on a 78-passenger bus to go play a baseball game or softball game. And so what this allows us is to not have to do that and play on site. But the other big thing too is instructional time that's lost, right? So you're pulling kids out. A lot of times you're working at the mercy of what's already scheduled at the host site if they can accommodate us, and that most frequently requires pulling students out of class early to get them to change, grab their gear, and you may lose out on the last hour of instruction time.
Anything else, board?
One more for Saloon. Has there been any talk, and I say this because it's been brought up to me, is there any talk of possibly doing the same thing at Howell?
Not at this time. Full transparency, we have received some questions regarding Francis Howell North, and we're at this point in time, we're not prepared to discuss that. We've got a lot of different things to consider, but we'll engage as appropriate.
Board, I would just add and remind to you and to our public that this did not stem from a desire to just improve the fields at Francis Howell Central, not thinking about the other two buildings, that we did have an OCR complaint that was filed against the district specifically for inequity of fields between softball and baseball at Francis Howell Central 2 years ago. Part of our resolution with the OCR was to go through a field conversion process each year that is costly. The cost is continuing, and if at any point any part of that conversion process were to fail or timelines were to not be met, we would go back under charges with OCR and potential litigation. And so ultimately this recommendation grew from that resolution agreement.
And I do want to note, just real quick, we did have intentions of potentially bringing a recommendation back at the September board meeting, but as you saw with the schedule and looking at the work that needs to take place and to ensure that the package is out on the street long enough for competitive bidding purposes and making sure that we get good coverage, we're going to let it be out on the streets a little bit longer. And pending your approval this evening for base bid and alternates, the goal is to bring back a recommendation for a construction contract at the October board meeting, which is a little bit different than what we had shared previously.
Yeah. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Up next, board, I'd like a motion to approve the schematic design for the transportation bus maintenance facility as presented. Mr. Stetzer.
All right. Thank you again, President Bertrand. Before you is for consideration is a presentation on the schematic, first round of schematic design for the new transportation bus maintenance facility. And Ms. Megan Barnes is going to present that. We've had great meetings with transportation leadership as well as end users that are mechanics that work on maintaining our 160 plus bus fleet, and we've got a lot of good things that came out of that, and Megan will share those with you. I do want to note that we did have plans to bring back to this board meeting a fuel island recommendation. Obviously you guys have seen a schematic design for that. However, due to the sequencing of work and pavement work and potentially disturbing areas around the fuel island, we felt we were going to package this package together for sequencing purposes and also economy of scale, and intend to bring back design development of both at the September board meeting. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Barnes.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, District Administration. Excited to be back and talk about part 2 to this project tonight. So as Mr. Stetzer mentioned, we're going to kind of bring everything together tonight and bring the actual maintenance facility building through the schematic design piece, and then next month we'll come back together with all of that. So we'll touch on it just briefly tonight. To go ahead and get started, I'm going to kind of step backwards, and we talked about this a little bit last month, and kind of talk about those existing conditions since we really focused on the fuel island piece itself last month. Just to orient everybody again, as you can see off of Howell Road, As you come onto the site, there's one main entry off of there. As you can see that yellow arrow by the blue building and green fuel island. And then there's a secondary entrance by Central Elementary and the current transportation center. Right now, that current blue icon that's noting the current transportation maintenance facility, we've gone through an assessment of that and identified it is pretty undersized based on the 160 plus buses and additional white fleet that need to be serviced out of that. And as we mentioned, obviously the fuel island, also some challenges there. Also, one thing to note is there is about 161 buses currently. There's not enough space on the site currently to house all of them, so there's about 20 buses that are currently being parked elsewhere, which also creates some fueling challenges and efficiencies there. So another goal of this project will be to expand that parking to get all the bus and inventory and assets onto the same site. And then also potentially looking at if there's opportunities with that to bring some of the white fleet vehicles over as well, again, from a fueling and maintenance efficiency standpoint there. So stepping back into the current maintenance facility, as mentioned, there is currently two bays that can be maintained. We do currently have 4 maintenance technicians and service staff. So obviously they either can't all be working on buses at the same time or have to be doing that out in the elements. Since we don't have that dedicated interior space. As you can also see here, clearances around those buses. For some of the larger transit buses, they're having to actually work with the doors open to get the safe access and space around those to get the jacks underneath them and up. So you will see that the doors are open most of the time. The smaller buses can get in there with them closed. And then just in terms of storage, support spaces, restrooms, locker facilities, just not enough space in that current facility, as we mentioned, just to support the current staff and bus fleet. Additionally, there's no vehicle wash bay on site, either interior or exterior, so they're having to do that kind of by hand outside of the current facility. So with that, we'll look a little bit deeper at the current site design. You also saw this diagram last month, and we focused on the orange fuel island on here. So today we're going to focus again on that bigger site. And then over there on the right side, the new updated maintenance facility. As we zoom in here a little bit, you're going to start to see what Mr. Stetzer alluded to. Obviously, the fuel islands there kind of right in the center of the site, right next to the current facility, which is great. And then with the new facility proposed location on the west side there, you can also see hopefully some black kind of dashed lines and dots. Those are documenting all the utilities, the water, the sanitary, the sewer, all that fun stuff that we've got to deal with, electricity, getting everything to that new building. So one of the things as we dove a little bit deeper, the fuel island is pretty self-contained and could be done as a separate project, but because we're going to have to tear up so much of that site, a lot of the utilities are coming from St. Peter's Howell Road, so trying to get across that and also kind of the logistics and sequencing of that. There was some fear that we might actually spend more money by having to either redo work or kind of doing it out of sequence. So do feel this is the best fiscal responsibility to package that all together, even if it will that is about 1 month behind on that fuel island original schedule. But we do think there can be some efficiencies there. The goal would also be to have the contractor prioritize the fuel island within that project. We also may gain some economies of scale, not having 2 structural concrete guys out there under 2 GCs or 2 electricians. So we're hoping there can actually be some savings and economy of scale by packaging those together. As you see here, we also are looking at expanding, obviously, the parking and drive access there to get up to about 32 fleet or passenger vehicle stalls, whether that's staff or white fleet or just other district vehicles or visitors, and then getting up to about 163 on bus stalls. For right now, the transportation staff did not see, from a projection standpoint, and extensive growth of buses in the future. So we are a little bit tight here. We do have some detention there to the north. So right now, trying to maximize the site. Could we fit a couple more in there? We're kind of looking at that as we finalize design, but that's where we sit right now. Currently, they can house 148 and 8, so we have gotten some significant growth there. And then we're going to zoom in just a little bit more here too. We're going to keep going in. So as we get over there to the west side of the site, you can see we're lining up the bus parking kind of east-west there along those 4 rows. And then as you come around, we're kind of tucking in some of those smaller vehicle parking around that new facility. We're also proposing a kind of fire access loop around there to make sure we've got safe access around the building, as well just from an efficiency standpoint. And moving a lot of vehicles on a small site, so I want to try and get as much access as possible. And then we'll jump to the building plan here and zoom in on that in a second. But from an access standpoint, currently the maintenance facility is not drive-through bays, so once you get in there, you got to get the buses backed out. What we're proposing here is 3 full drive-through bays that would accommodate 6 buses. You can see those with the dashed orange line. And then on the left side there, the light blue arrow would be a single entry bay, kind of like what they have right now. And then on that south side, the green arrow would be a wash bay that you come into and can get that out of the elements and take care of that. Okay. So jumping into the building design, as you could start to see there, we're currently looking at a 6-bay, overall bay, structural bay facility as kind of the base plan here. We are looking at a pre-engineered metal building structure, so efficiency and kind of consistency with the sizes and dimensions and all that all plays into trying to get this as economical as possible and efficient. Sometimes we actually get a little bit of an advantage because of the efficiency to get a little bit more square footage for the same price, which isn't always typical in normal construction. So starting kind of on the right side here, you'll see the first bay on the right is in blue. That's kind of the office or work bay, kind of some of those support spaces for it. We've got 2 restrooms to service both staff that are in the building as well as bus drivers. One of the things we heard was when they're coming over to go into dispatch over at the current facility, sometimes there's some waiting there, or it's just a little bit of a walk to get over there, so kind of providing some access right off of the bus parking. We've also got a break or training room that can accommodate when people are coming in, sales, parts, that sort of thing, some training, professional development. We've got 2 offices there. And then as we work our way over, as I mentioned, we've got 3 drive-through full bays or 6 smaller bays that you could park up to 6 full-size buses in. Between them, you'll see kind of the dashed line, which is the structure. That also is where kind of that work zone is. So as we mentioned, pretty tight in the old facility. So looking at the appropriate work area and clearances for those lifts to make sure we're being really safe in there. As we keep going over in that yellow bay, we've got all the storage and kind of backup house spaces, tool storage, part storage, obviously all the fun stuff, mechanical sprinkler. We do have showers, locker spaces for staff, kind of in the little bit messier area back there. And then as we continue to go, as I mentioned, we've got the single vehicle bay that can accommodate buses or other district vehicles. And then we do have that 1 dedicated wash bay. On the far left, you will see, just kind of thinking of future-proofing the site, we tend to see more vehicles, more support spaces needed over time. So just looking and planning that if and when additional vehicle or equipment storage is needed or bays, it would be possible, and making sure that we're designing the structure in a way that it could be added onto into the future. All right, and finally with that, we're going to start to look at the outside of it. We always want to start by looking at the context around us. Obviously, we want to make sure we're blending in, being respectful of the current architecture and the other district facilities, especially since there are so many on that site. What you'll see there is there's a lot of reds, dark browns, tans, and then some accents there between the transportation facility, the early childhood, and the schools there on site, the elementary and middle schools. So with that, we wanted to be mindful of also, again, efficiency of building materials, sizes, all of that. So what's currently being proposed and has been reviewed with the transportation staff and district staff is kind of blending into that red brick that we're seeing on site. That would be an insulated metal panel that would make up most of the building. We also use that as for thermal insulation throughout the building required by energy code. You'll start to see some vertical accents of that lighter beige metal panel just to kind of break it up, provide some wayfinding also to where buses and vehicles are going, as you can see there with the bay numbers. We've got a little bit of canopy coverage over those just to provide some protection from the elements. And then on the base there, you will see we do have some masonry, kind of a water table there around the building. That really helps with durability long term. Taking metal all the way to the ground can be a maintenance challenge long term. So we do have that right now from a durability standpoint, and obviously it helps with the aesthetics there as well. So this would be your view from the front as you're driving onto the site, and then from the current transportation complex building, this would be that side view of the wash bay there in number 5, and then those 3 pull-through bays that you come either way on for the bus maintenance there. All right, and with that, that's kind of a high-level summary of the schematic plans as of now. If you guys have any questions or comments, we can incorporate those, and then if we would come back in just September.
Nikki, questions, board?
Yeah, are these bays air conditioned and heated or not?
Not fully conditioned. There would be supplemental heat for winter and then fans for cooling in the summer. And then the support spaces, offices would have minimal air conditioning and conditioning spaces.
Just for the board's awareness also, I did some research on the existing facility, and prior to transportation being a service that district provides directly and not through a third party, the current facility that we're utilizing to maintain our fleet was designed for simply oil changes and tire rotations by the previous, I'm not sure if it was for student, I can't remember exactly which vendor we were utilizing, but larger maintenance was sent to their larger facility downtown. So I'm not sure which board members were aware of that, but from the start, this facility was not conducive or intended to do what we're doing with it, which is fully maintain a fleet of 160 plus buses.
So the chief of transportation or whatever, are they housed at this building?
The director of transportation, Ms. Jen Simpson, is housed at the building next door.
Okay,
So
are we required to have those bathrooms ADA compliant?
I will let Megan answer, but yes, I do believe so. That is a code requirement.
Okay.
That's correct. They will need to be ADA accessible.
If we can go back to the schematics so everybody can see the overview.
The floor plan?
Yeah, the floor plan, yeah. I've been in and out of these all my career, and one of the things that always pops up when this kind of thing happens is, what do mechanics need to be a mechanic? Is their tools, their toolboxes? Where are those? Are they in the middle? I'm sure that you guys have made space, I just need to know.
Absolutely. And so we actually have, since we submitted this presentation, we've had another follow-up meeting and went through detailed tool and equipment selection plan. So next month we can bring that back to you. But essentially, in the orange bays, the dash lines, there's about an 8-foot space there that will house most of their daily use tools, toolboxes, a workstation for each of them. There'll be a lot of power, kind of a phone. All of that setup will be in that zone, and then some of the non-daily use tools would be in that yellow tool storage. Same thing with the parts. I know they do say parts are so readily available these days with quick ship that they don't keep a ton there. But those work zones, we've been working with them to really lay those out efficiently and make sure it's kind of in those work zones and everything's where they want them.
So I don't know this. Do we provide tools, or do they bring their own?
We provide tools to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Parts storage, is that just looks like it's a double door to me, but is it a parts counter as well? Like they come and get it, like most service facilities, or?
For the most part, yes, and that's a detail that we're still fleshing out with all the head mechanic as well as the line mechanics.
Okay. So
We'll have more details, as Megan shared, at as we design this presentation.
I suggest that is a parts counter with a door so that they can submit the order, get the part, and have it handed to them versus everybody going route to the parts department. We don't want that. And then you and I spoke about a little while back about bay utilization and things like that. So right now we've got, you said we have 4 techs, correct?
Correct.
Working in 2 bays.
Working 2 bays.
Working 2 bays. So
and also some service that's out.
Sure.
In the lot.
Sure.
Yeah.
So is the current staff, are we up to staff to house in this building, or do we need more? Do we need less? How does that work?
I believe there's one open position potentially from a mechanic standpoint. I'll need to verify that with Ms. Simpson, but what I shared at the last board meeting, not the last board meeting, but at the board meeting that you asked that question is, one thing that we have to remember in this is this gives all the mechanics the opportunity to multitask. They can pull the buses that need to be worked on, and they may be dumping hydraulic fluid on another, changing a transmission on another, without having to work on a bus, pull it out, go get another one, pull it in. So it'll speed up the efficiency to ensure that we're on our intervals from a rotation standpoint. As you guys know, Missouri Highway Patrol does inspect all of our buses annually, and we've got internal intervals that we maintain, and that will just expedite that.
And to be clear, the bay utilization type of thing, that's a logistics issue down the road. We can figure that kind of thing out. I just want to make sure that it's on your radar. Obviously it is.
Yep.
Because I don't want 8 hours of work to be done in 8 hours of time in these bays. I want 12 hours of work to be done in 8 hours of time in these bays. That's what bay utilization is. That's the whole point of these things. So just making sure that that's the case and that's able to be done, correct, in these bays?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, understood and point taken.
Yeah.
Going back to slide 7, 16, this is maybe more a question for the administration, and I don't want to date anyone, but maybe someone who worked in the old administration long time. But can anyone remember any sort of flooding in that building when we worked there? Did water ever get up close to the building? Anybody in the back? No, okay, good. No, that was a concern of mine, so.
You're talking the current
Right.
transportation.
Yeah.
The old board meeting, or
Yeah, the old administration building is the one just, shaded out there. And then along.
Creek right there, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's floodplain, right? Right through there. The other question is.
We are, as part of this process, we're working with multiple consultants, obviously, and any floodplain, obviously, the appropriate remedy will be taken to ensure that we address that issue. So I think survey work is nearing completion. We've still got, a few I's to dot and T's to cross, but we're confident whatever we'll bring forward, we won't have any issues in terms of flooding.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is done yet, since you're only in schematic or getting approval for schematic at this point. So I'm recognizing you're not done yet, but appears to me you're having a lot more kind of impervious area there. We have an existing detention pond there.
there is, and there's an inlet. You can kind of see a wishbone-shaped icon and an inlet up there. So yeah, we are probably going to have to be, and I was thinking this was a pointer, so that does not work, where you can see kind of that curved line off to the left. We will be having to add some additional detention there, but we do have the space for it.
On your radar, good. Thank you. Other questions, board?
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Up next, board, I'd like a motion to approve the financial report as presented. Under Ms. Simpson.
Good evening. It's been a fun evening. At least that was fun for me. So I'm not sure how everyone else feels about it. That's
You're hard up for
exciting.
fun.
Me too.
Okay. So we have posted for you our standard reports for you and for the public to review. And I'll provide just a few highlights regarding what work has taken place and our next steps for moving forward. So we did perform a preliminary review of our FY24 budget. And what I have posted for you in this slide represents all the governmental funds. As you can see, our FY24 operating fund balance percentage ended at 35.42%. I'd like to highlight for you just a few pieces as we look across that chart. The operating fund balance percentage is relative to our general and teacher funds and any sub-funds that would be reported within that. The debt service fund stands alone, and as you know, in September, we'll have a levy recommendation for you. I'll highlight for you also that the Capital Projects Fund, it stands alone, but it's considered part of operating when we are distributing the operating levy. So it makes it a little confusing. I do want to especially highlight the bond fund. We continue to provide you with a variety of reports each month, financial reports and a pictorial report that Saloom will provide an update for you this evening. And then I'm highlighting also, I have that box there, the bond fund by intention continues to be deficit spending each year. So we receive the money when the bonds are sold, whatever year that may be. Those funds get deposited into our bank account, and then we continue to progress on construction and other purchases and deplete that fund. So it is not unusual that you would have a deficit spending situation in that fund. We've noted for you our operating revenues and operating expenditures, and we'll continue to refine that as we also work with our financial auditor in the weeks to come. This though,
Can we go back?
Yes.
Can we go back?
Oh, Jane.
Oh, Carol.
No, I meant Jane Hepler, sorry.
Right.
I did.
Right, Carol,
I did
sure.
it.
I've heard that before. I just wanted to point out, so the numbers, the operating revenues and the operating expenditures, it looks to me like the expenditures are less than the operating revenues. So that means we're good.
Right, yes. Well, in this depiction for FY24, absolutely, our revenue exceeded our expenditures.
Okay.
Most
Just wanna
definitely.
point that out.
Yes.
Thank you for putting it on there.
Okay, so this, and I went forward appropriately too, so I'm happy about that. I'm happy about so many things tonight. I know you guys are too with me. So this is the health of our district is depicted in this chart. And while some people may look at that and think, oh my goodness, look at that spike, the 35.42% as we closed out FY24, we are not surprised by that. It is primarily relative to ESSER funding, which stands for the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So we know that we talked about ESSER funds for a long time. That was the governmental support following COVID-19, and it propped districts up. So you could look at this line chart for a number of school districts throughout the state, and you would see that very same thing occur, where we spike in the current year and then continue to spend those funds down. So I do always want to impart the importance of looking out. So we're looking out through FY 2028 in this slide, and as you can see, we are continuing to spend some of that fund balance down. Important to highlight, that doesn't necessarily mean that our expenditures exceed our revenue for those years. So it will be interesting as we watch this level out. But when we get to FY28, we are looking at an 18.76% fund balance. The red line represents our targeted fund balance of 15%, that if we would drop below that, we need to pay special attention to that and find ways to redirect, and that's according to board policy. I did add, we didn't have this before, but I went in and added in FY20 and FY21 so that everyone could see that we were at 18.37% FY20. We did drop down to 13.66%, which took us below that 15% threshold, and then continued our journey upward with the ESSER supports. Excuse me. So, FY25 to 28 will continue to change as we identify information, and that includes us providing you with a budget recommendation for FY25, the current fiscal year. So I've also added for you, I've talked about it before in previous meetings, but I'm providing for you the assumptions that we have embedded within that trajectory. And so you can see these are some of those primary categories, whether we're talking about salary, and that percentage would need to cover not only an increase, but also any new staff changes that might need to be considered. Health insurance, I won't list off each of those percentages, but as you can see, we have a variety of applications there, and we'll continue to adjust that based on new information that we have available to us. And then relative to local tax revenue, in FY25, this is an even year when we're setting the tax levy, September 2024, and therefore it is not a reassessment year. So that is the roller coaster, if you will, on local tax that we typically see relative to non-reassessment versus reassessment years. So the assumptions are always applied to the previous year actuals. What I can tell you for sure too, and I've added that to the bottom, is that this is the best information we have available. We will always provide you with that. We will be fully transparent, but I guarantee you it will always change. That's a given. So I've also memorialized for you some of those changes. We know that the state adequacy increase, the first phase, has been embedded within all of our data, and we're expecting that $385 per formula weighted average daily attendance on our revenue for this year. The next year after that, for FY26, at this point in time, we have a 50% increase, but hopeful that we'll be informed to a higher level from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Ed relative to what we might anticipate from a budgeting perspective. And if I haven't shared it before, we always receive the governor's recommendation early on in the year. So we'll receive certain targeted budgets that are being recommended in the governor's budget. Whether it makes it across the legislative threshold or not is another conversation, but that is helpful as we start formulating what the budget might look like. Unknown impacts still on Senate Bill 190. We have preliminary July information for our assessed valuation. And we did see growth, not the growth that we actually budgeted for, but it's close. But more information as we get that final information leading up to setting the levy in September. And then we don't know all the impacts for Senate Bill 727. There can be positives and negatives, and we'll talk more about that in the months to come. As a reminder, no financial institutions tax is budgeted within any of these numbers, and we'll bring that budget amendment to you after we have revenue in the bank. So I did want to just pause and comment about the change. So you may recall that I shared with you routinely that we had approximately $3 million in unfilled positions. We knew that would impact our budget. Back in June 20, if we had gone ahead and eliminated that out of the budget, I would have been saying to you we would likely end at 31.09. So we've grown technically from 31.09 to 35.42 for FY24, and that is absolutely relative to not spending all the dollars budgeted or revenue coming in stronger. Our estimate for FY25 is currently at the 31.25. So these slides, I won't belabor them, but what I've done is provided you with some high-level information regarding where did we miss it. And a few of them, I may have indicated to a few of you in random conversations. It frustrates me a little bit on a couple of these things that we missed, but when we know better, we do better, and we can learn from history. So what really happens, and I'll just say this overall relative to revenue especially, as we're wrapping up this spring year and our attention is fully on the new year budget development, the rest of the year continues to happen in May and June. So there was a spike in May, there was another spike in June. Could have brought you new budget amendments for that fiscal year, but again, we'd already turned our attention over to FY25. And so that's what happened relative to delinquent tax and earnings from deposits. We saw some extra revenues come in late in the game. On other people activity, there's also an expenditure offset to that. So that typically is budgeted neutrally, and we'll make sure that our budget amendment sets us at that point. Same way for community services, that would be mostly vacation station. We also had increased expenditures, but then the revenue offsets that. On ESSER, that's the only negative that we missed, and that cross fiscal year. So that final expenditure report was either submitted this past week or it's happening next week, and we'll claim all those final funds, and our conversation about ESSER funds will be completed. And then we have a couple of other federal funds that came in a little strong. Strong is better than weak. So it's a great story to share. It's just not exactly where I'd like for it to be. So I have some of that noted for you there as well. We'll continue the process of digging in. Then this is on the expenditure side. Again, we're not surprised to see significant salary dollars left unutilized, in excess of $3 million. We had some type of issue with regard to the teacher retirement. That one intrigues me, as well as the employee insurance. why we were heavily budgeted in those two categories. So we'll dig into that. We're going to perform a comprehensive analysis of all of our staff now that the first full paycheck has occurred for all of our active staff this year, and we'll be able to have a better informed budget recommendation for you to amend the current year budget. I think we did really well on these other categories. General supplies, that's really not much in the big scheme of all the activities and work that takes place within the district to support students. And then on the technology supplies, by the way, Scott, you and I need to talk. What happened with that? Did we have a miscoding situation between the two? We'll work through that. It is a heavy lift for us to go through all of this and figure out where things went awry for us. But again, overall, it's a fantastic picture and report for you this evening.
I think you've done an excellent job, Carol. As you mentioned, you were over, if you go back to, you were over on insurance and teachers' retirement. Well,
Yes.
teachers' retirement wouldn't be part of it, but the employee insurance and other items, if you budget on with the positions that were never filled, that could be leading to an excess.
You're correct.
budget.
It's kind of blended all through that. So
I'm
from
not saying that's anything wrong. I'm just
Right.
saying keep the positive numbers coming, please.
Yes, positive, good, yes.
Also interject just to,
Yes, sure.
what Scott's probably wanting to say is I just started last month.
I know.
No excuses.
I was going to say, welcome to the district, Scott. What did you do?
Yeah.
I'll do better.
There you go, that's all we want.
He knows I'm teasing with him, but yes, but we still will be talking about that. Okay. Just to be clear. Okay. So this now gives you overall perspective. And so when we look at perspective and you think, oh, well, it's, in our worst situation, we're 5.5%, we missed the overall budget. Those are some really great numbers right there. So would I like for them to be tighter? Yes. Will we continue on that journey? Absolutely. But celebrating that. And I also want to celebrate, so on budget analysis next steps, that first thing that I put out there is a reminder to all of us, and I was super thrilled with the work we were able to do last year, and that was developing out that multi-year trajectory. That helps us be very agile when the workbook behind the scenes that feeds all the information forward for those multiple years. It's very important for us to have that tool, and we have it. It took a bit to do it, but we have that in place. And so now we'll focus our attention then on that comprehensive analysis of our salary commitments, and along with that would be the benefits or taxation that goes with it. We will provide also any needed updates for you in an upcoming budget amendment relative to purchase services, supplies, and capital projects. And hopefully that will be by October. I'm not going to commit that it would be September, but definitely by October we'll target delivering that budget amendment for the current year. This shows you our budget amendment and transfer document, and that is posted every single month so that you have a handy reference to where are we currently based on our projections. We have no budget amendment for you at this time, no transfers, same as last month, but moving forward that will likely change. This provides you with some upcoming financial focus areas. You can see in September, I've referenced already, we'll set the tax levy by bringing that to you and to the public in the form of a tax rate hearing preceding the September board meeting, that comprehensive assessment on salary and benefits. And then we're also taking a look at some opportunities relative to impacts for Senate Bill 727, the new legislation that will be signed into law coming up in August, or in effect in August. In October, we'll bring that budget amendment recommendation. We're also continuing to work with the financial auditor to close that out. And we'll take a look at assessing our debt management and what opportunities might we have to make recommendation for relative to that area. For November, finalize the audit and bring the DESE financial report to you. Whether that will come to you in November or December will be determined by the work availability of the auditors in closing that out. We have to have that approved by the board during the December meeting at the latest because it's due to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education December 31 each year. We will once again launch our capital planning process for FY26 requests. So again, we have our foot in FY24 and in FY25 and looking ahead at FY26 always as we navigate the work. And then we'll continue to monitor our current budget. I'm providing you also with some non-routine operational projects that are underway. And the first one listed is a district-wide safety audit so that we can ensure that not only from a physical, we've done a lot of great work at your approval and direction relative to the physical structures, but we want to make sure that any of our process, any other supports that we might need to be providing within the district are identified by those who are best at that work. So we'll bring a recommendation to you relative to how that might look. You recall that we had to unravel that lease process for the rental to support our alternative programs, and we'll need to bring forward a bus bid recommendation for that. Demographic assessment, we're taking a look at, we've got a variety of information coming at us from different entities throughout the community impacting our district, and just taking a look at that internally as a starting point relative to any demographic impacts that might be worthy of noting that could require some future adjustments within our buildings and that type of thing. Technology assessment of services, software, and hardware. Yes, Scott, right here beside me, knew that that was going to be referenced. Actually, I celebrate him. He's done a great job. He started taking a look at our district, from afar as he was preparing to be interviewed, and then we were thrilled when he was able to join the team. And he's day one has been taking a close look at all of the aspects of technology, and will ultimately provide an update on that. Just for your awareness, I know you know this, but informing the public that oftentimes when we talk about safety and security, whether it be technology in nature or not, that is a closed session topic that we are afforded the ability to discuss with you in that process. Our new purchasing procedure communication and implementation is underway. We did post and hire that purchasing manager, and we're changing up some of our processes to create better workflows and help support our building leaders and staff. And then by the way, it happens all the time, but there have been some especially new fun things to deal with relative to transportation routing impacts and road work in the area. And so we don't always think about that when we see construction going on, and we might be personally inconvenienced, but it's a greater inconvenience and challenge for those people that have tight schedules to meet, to make sure kids get to school on time.
Remind me again, when is the Guttermouth project over?
When will it be over?
Or finished, completed?
I don't recall that. Do you remember?
The project scope has an end date in May, but they said once they get into phase 2 in the work, it'll probably be about 5 to 6 months.
Yes. And that concludes the update. Do you have any questions?
Questions, Board? Yeah, I have a couple. The slide previous to this, I'd be really curious, the district-wide safety audit.
Yes.
I'd be really curious to get an update as to where we are in an audit process.
Right. Well, I'm sorry.
No, maybe next month. Maybe by the following sometime we can get an update. Where are we?
I would hope that we'll have some form of update for you in September. At the latest, it would be October. Currently, I am making contact with a variety of entities that could assist in that process, and I'll continue to work through that and then provide you with an update in some fashion. It might be that it's a moment in time at the end of the finance and operations update slide where I just provide you with here's where we are and what we expect in terms of bringing this back to you as quickly as possible.
So would that be the same time frame we could get an update on a demographic assessment?
We can weave as much of that in as possible. It will take time to navigate some of that. I'll need to talk with the others that would be involved in that process.
Because when was the last time we had a demographic assessment done here?
I want to say it was
October of 22, I believe, was when we presented that. That study had started about 6 months prior to that, though, and was post-COVID, and so there were a lot of questions about the data that was included and how it was analyzed.
When was the last?
It might be a good time to get an updated one and see how things have really been impacted here.
When was the last safety audit conducted?
I don't know that the district has ever had a formal safety audit. We did do walkthroughs. Our safety manager, I believe this was at the start of last academic school year with St. Charles County, did physical walkthroughs of all of our sites, getting feedback on hard security measures. We look at this as being a little bit more comprehensive. So looking at our physical spaces, landscaping and external safety, precaution things, student well-being, some of the discipline, mental health pieces as well. So this would be an all-encompassing audit.
I'd just like to make the recommendation that we include our local law enforcement to help us out with that task. I think they're free, I'm not sure, but that doesn't enter into the equation. I think by asking them to help us, we will gain a lot more goodwill from the community and also from our law enforcement, who are going to have to be contacted if anything goes wrong.
Absolutely. I think as we define the scope of what the audit looks like, to work with them, which parts they can complete, if they can do all of it, and to go from there, and any other requests for proposal or qualifications we might do.
Not excluding contracted companies to help along with that. I think a dual look wouldn't be a bad thing.
Other questions, board? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Next, we have a motion to approve purchases as presented. So, second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Next, we have a motion to approve the Woodworking 3 curriculum as presented. So, Cook. Any discussion, board? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Next, we have information from Mr. Stutzer.
Thank you, President Bertrand. Quite sure I can follow my boss's riveting presentation, but good thing some of the evaluations were a while ago. So as promised, we would provide a quarterly update regarding all of the board-approved work that's taken place throughout the district. And before I jump into that, I do want to acknowledge our operations team. I don't know how much people realize the work that takes place in the summer, and compounded this summer by all the construction work. We provide just various levels of support, whether it's access into control panels, disruption from just our comprehensive cleaning processes from a custodial standpoint. So really want to take a second and acknowledge all of their work to support this work that we'll talk about here. So I'll jump right into it. We'll start with the bond projects. Again, Francis Howell North, we've been under construction since the summer of 2021. We hit substantial completion May 10th. We have our final inspections tomorrow. They've been ongoing, but there's a couple that the inspectors need to come back on. We had small deficiencies that we need to fix, and those will take place tomorrow. Again, as a reminder, first day of school is August 20th, and pleased to say we're ready. And a quick update on that last bullet point there. Our subcontractor for the demolition of the current Francis Howell North actually was able to free up some crews that finished up another job early. And for those of you that have been by there in the last couple of days, you've seen that building start to go down. So the first process within that is when they submit their bids on that, they obviously look at the opportunity to recycle and recycle and recoup some costs from a metal standpoint and other things that still have value. So they're currently going through that process, but on one end of the building, they have started to actually demolish the building. So that process will take approximately 5 months. And then as a reminder, once the building is down, we are going to develop 3 natural grass practice fields for band, choir, soccer, football, and any other outdoor program for Francis Howell North. So this view is of the northeast and northwest. SM Wilson was able to fly their drone and pick picked these images up for us. It sure is a beautiful facility, and excited for students who have already started picking up schedules. I think today was freshman transition day, so it was nice to see the smile on the students and just the inherent difference from the environment that they're coming from to this new building. We've got 3 pictures here. The 2 bookends there of the Performing Arts Center. That's the equipment storage room for band and choir. And then on the far right is the band room. And then in the middle there is just a vantage point from the exterior, highlighting the branding and the lettering work that's taken place there. These 2 slides, on the left you have the auditorium. It's received quite a bit of use here for professional development from a building level standpoint. I think we've even had some district leadership team meetings there as well, and it's a really nice space. To the right is the new weight room, outfitted with the board-approved recommendation for new weight room equipment. As a reminder, the old weight room equipment was 25 plus years old, and this is a very nice addition for that space. These are various slides. This top left-hand corner is the student survey. It's not a galley style as the last one was at the current France Howell North. And so it's much more open, and it's going to allow our food service vendor to provide potentially some additional options for food service. Top right is the Learning Commons, and then down in the middle there is the dedicated wrestling facility that will also serve other programs as needed. To the bottom left hand here you have the what they call the learning stairs or Google stairs. So if you've been there recently, a lot of students have sat there and gotten their Chromebooks out or their laptops and done some preliminary registering of certain activities and programs. Middle picture there is just a general science classroom. And then the bottom right there is the main administrative area where all of the administrative assistants, with all the administrative assistants workspaces. And moving on to the security vestibules. Again, I won't, this just sets the platform for the process to get us to where we are now. This is Henderson. These pictures are about a week old. I will be honest, we're going to come sliding in right before the first day of school there. But I've been pleased with the work that's taken place. I know Dr. Borman might be a little bit nervous coming into school today, but I did walk that site today, and we're very close. So we have some teams working today and tomorrow and into the weekend to ensure that we're buttoned up and ready to go Monday. So you have new storefront doors here on the left side, and then the workstations. To the right of the one workstation there is the new transaction window where guests and visitors will be greeted before they're either allowed into the building, and or if they're just simply dropping something off, they'll correspond and have interaction there with the administrative assistant and then be released back out to the parking lot. This is of Fairmount, again, very similar state as in Henderson. Henderson. Again, we'll come sliding in just in the nick of time to ensure that those spaces are ready. The early childhood centers are much more complete. What we're working on there is really punch list items, and we've made good progress on those. This is Central Early Childhood Center. All 3 pictures, and so you can see the new storefronts, new workstations, as well as the transaction window there. Moving on to the France Howell tennis courts, again, just a reminder, when construction began, the contract that the board approved to PCC, and we're making good progress there. In fact, yesterday we had the 225-ton crane set the 6 light posts, and we do have lights there as part of this work. And these 2 slides are of the 8 tennis courts that will complete this project. One thing I do want to note on the top right-hand picture, you can't quite see it, but you have cables that run northwest and east, north-south and east-west. And On these slabs, the reason that we're able to, they last so much longer than asphalt tennis courts is we're able from time to time, as they develop cracks, we're able to tighten those cables and it pulls the tennis court together. That's why it's called post-tension. There is no rebar, and for those of you that dibble and dabble in the construction world, those are typically prerequisites in terms of wire mesh and rebar in concrete. But this process is different and allows us to tighten the court down as cracks develop over time, creating a safe, a continued safe environment for our student athletes and physical education classes. Moving on to Henderson, what we'll call Phase 2 renovations. Again, just a snapshot of the process there. Targeted completion date, winter of 2025. And this is an older pictures, but we do have all of the ceilings buttoned up. We do have teachers back in the spaces that were disturbed. The primary scope inside on this phase was to, one of the things that was approved as part of that package was new modern mechanical systems. We have a lot of trouble with the PTAC units that are currently there. And so we spent this summer in the west and north wing running all the duct work down the corridors and then branch off into the classrooms. Next summer we'll focus on setting the new rooftop units that will provide heating and cooling for those spaces as we demo the PTAC units and infill the masonry in those areas. The exterior pictures there, that is for the classroom storm shelter addition. And right now we're just doing the in-ground utilities. That process is going well. They should wrap up the utilities for that addition sometime next week, and then they'll start working on footings for the building pad there as well. And then moving on to Fairmount, again, just gave you a snapshot of how we got here. This is the schematic design that the board approved. We are under contract with Frazee Construction, and we're just working through the permitting process with the authorities having jurisdiction, and there's a lot of work going on right now, and so we've been a little behind in terms of getting some of the required responses. That way we can release our material orders. So we're watching this one pretty close to make sure that those material orders are released soon, and we'll provide the board an update. And I know initially what we had shared was completion of winter 2025. It's actually summer 2025 for Fairmount, and as soon as we get released, we can hopefully make up some time on that schedule. We have lost time in terms of starting the work there. We're staged, but we haven't started moving performing any site work. And then the playground improvements at the 10 sites, those are going well. I know personally I've received a few questions from building leaders. They are part of weekly calls. This has been, to date, I think one of the wettest Julys, and so with this exterior work, it's been delayed a little bit. We've lost approximately, including the 2 days this week, about 20 working days, and so that puts us behind a little bit. But all that to say, Daniel Boone is complete. Warren should be completed by tomorrow, and we've brought in additional crews for each subcontractor on this project. We brought in additional crews to be able to try and expedite the schedule. So some of the playgrounds will be done shortly after the start of the academic year. So the picture on the left here, this is the swing set at Daniel Boone. Obviously we reuse the swing sets and remodified some things, but the surfacing is new, and you can see the perimeter concrete curb as we shared on the Francis House Central, that you can kind of see what we were talking about in terms of what the turf attaches to, that concrete perimeter border, just for a visual of what that will look like. The other two slides are of John Weldon. They're farther along. These pictures are probably 3 weeks ago, and so we're further along there, and we've got two crews there actually trying to wrap that one up. We've got one large install, and then there, if you recall, we consolidated a lot of equipment into one play area to reduce the amount of square footage that we have from a surfacing standpoint for budgetary purposes. So I anticipate that John Weldon should be wrapped up here in the next week or so. And again, this is Daniel Boone, the other play structures. They're fully complete. This was about a week ago. They had I think their open house tonight, and they were able to get on the new playground equipment. And then I won't go into too much detail here. This is what the board just approved as designed. You can kind of see what Hollis & Miller presented this evening, and we'll come back to you with the bid recommendation for a construction contract in October. And again, very similar to the previous slide, transportation bus maintenance facility. See the next steps there, as well as the floor plan. And we will come back to you guys with design development for this facility, as well as the fuel island at the September board meeting. And pending any questions, we'd ask for your approval to go out to bid with the comprehensive package. Then future construction updates. We have had quite a few meetings regarding the wrestling facility, as well as the Francis Howell High auditorium renovation and the Francis Howell Central auditorium renovation. You will see some beginning schematic design presentations at the next board meeting. Those meetings have gone well. We really appreciate the building level end user input that we're receiving, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are in those spaces on a daily basis and need to make sure that it functions appropriately for the students that we serve. And then regarding phase one of the mechanical replacements, we're starting to kind of build the framework for that, and we hope as we get into fall, shortly after school starts, we should be able to start bringing some preliminary information of what that will look like. The strategy there is, because of lead times on mechanical equipment, would be to have the equipment, at least for phase one, ordered sometime in December. And complementing that equipment order would be the releasing of the package for the demo and install of that equipment at those sites. And then phase two would be the summer of 2026, depending on where we sit from bond funds. And we'll bring the appropriate recommendations at that point in time. So jumping in, before I get into regular capital, any questions on bond work?
What were some of the issues connected to the delays at Fairmont, and will those be repeated on other projects?
Yeah, the delays there, obviously, I think the board's aware, we did have a couple of picket lines on a couple of the jobs, and obviously that affects a few of the trades in terms of crossing, union workers crossing picket lines. So that did affect us a little bit. Outside of that, there were a couple of delays from just a hardware issue, hardware materials. But for the most part, we've navigated those, and we've tried to make up as much of the time without incurring additional costs above what the board has approved. But we're doing our due diligence on all the other packages to ensure that we don't end up in those situations.
Other questions, board?
Okay. I'll keep moving into regular capital projects. This is at Francis Howell Central. Board had approved the demo of the existing bleachers, which I believe were original to the building, which I believe was 27 years old or so. So demo's complete. The Heartland Seating, who's our partner on this project, actually was able to mobilize earlier this week, and they will finish installing the new bleachers in the main gym hopefully tomorrow, and then they'll move over to the auxiliary gym starting next week. Over at the Central Early Childhood Center, those mechanical systems were original to the building, and were 31 plus years old, and we were just band-aiding them. And so we brought a recommendation that the board approved at a prior board meeting, and all those systems, including the units in the ceiling, were replaced, and the building is much more comfortable, and our technicians have appreciated not having to run out there every day to keep 31-year-old equipment running. Roof overlay at Becky David, again, similar to the playgrounds. The work's gone well, but we've had some rain days on this work as well. Most of the heavy tear off of the middle section was complete. Right now, we're just doing overlay, and that work will carry into the academic year. But anticipate probably the next week and a half or so. It's quiet work. It's not going to impede instruction, and so we should wrap up that project here in the next couple of weeks. But again, weather affected that. Over at Cosley Elementary, all the pavement improvements that the board approved are complete. All the striping took place earlier this week, and I met with the building leader there, and he's excited about the work that's taken place, and the traffic flow should be much improved, as well as the drainage issues that we were experiencing on that site. This is over at Francis Howell Middle. Again, this was part of that same package that the board approved for Cosley. It was full overlay and milling of certain areas for new asphalt. And then I do want to highlight the slide on the right is a new road that goes all the way around the building that will help with separating bus and car rider traffic. And I know I visited with the building leader there, and she's excited about the new process that will hopefully alleviate a lot of her parents and transportation's frustrations regarding the safety issues with the cross traffic with buses and car rider traffic that we've had before. And then at the 3 early ed centers, we did make some pavement improvements. All the area around all the playgrounds was asphalt. It had met its useful life cycle. So we demoed and poured concrete back, and so we also striped that. You don't see that in this slide, but that allows our young learners to take their tricycles, kind of have their own little mini track in there, and can hop on the playground as well. So that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have. It's been a busy summer, and excited about a lot of the work that's taken place, and as Ms. Embry has shared, with a lot of the work, we were a little delayed in coming out, and so that's kind of pushed our deliverable from a timeline standpoint, hopefully starting that process earlier this fall and bringing maybe some small recommendations with some budget projections from a fiscal responsibility standpoint. We're able to release those packages a little bit earlier. That way we get ahead of the market and on people's schedules earlier rather than in April, as we did for many of these projects this year. So be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Questions, board? All right, thank you, Mr. Stetzer.
Okay, thank you.
I have been asked if we can have a biological break, so we'll take 10 minutes, come back around 8:51, and give everybody a moment to use the restrooms. again. Everybody a minute to settle down. All right, up next we have a curriculum update. Dr. Buckman?
Good evening, board. As you might remember, twice each summer we host a curriculum boot camp. And so this allows us to work through our curriculum writing and revisions without pulling teachers from the classroom. It's a new process that we put in place last summer. So it's our second complete summer with our new process. During some informal visits, talking with those who participated, they all talked about how much more they like this structure than what we had used in the past. They talked about just really being able to focus. They're not worried about what's happening in their classroom. They're not trying to keep up with their emails. They're not having to write sub-plans to participate, and then just being able to leave their work out from day to day instead of having a day to work and then coming back several weeks later and having to remember where were we, what were we talking about, what were we working on. They give 5 continuous days to work through the work. And so our Director of Curriculum, Dr. Lammers, he leads our talented team of content leaders. He's here with us today just to share a little about the heavy work that was accomplished during our June and our August boot camps this summer, and to give you an idea of the courses that we'll be bringing to you for approval this year, this fall.
Thanks, Dr. Buckman. Hello to the members of the Board of Education, Dr. Rumpus, members of the district leadership team, and everybody who's attending in person and online. Tonight I want to give you a quick update on the progress made by the curriculum team during this summer's boot camps and give you a preview of what we plan to accomplish this school year. Continuing a practice that we started last summer, this summer the curriculum team held 2 week-long boot camps in June and August. During boot camp, content leaders worked with teams of teachers to write and revise curriculum documents for several classes. In most cases, boot camps were held on the second floor in the space that's normally used by Francis Howell Union High School. We had a tremendous level of turnout from teachers who were paid a stipend to participate, and as you'll see, we were able to make some pretty significant progress. So, as you can see by what you see on the screen there, it was a pretty busy summer with more than 35 courses from kindergarten through 12th grade being touched in some way. Each of these courses had as few as 3 or as many as 10 or maybe even 12 teachers working at various stages of the curriculum writing and revision process. We were fortunate to have so many who were willing to give up part of their summer and dedicate their efforts to the important work of ensuring that our students have access to a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So during boot camp, teacher teams completed the first 2 steps of the district's curriculum cycle, and if they were able to proceed a little bit faster, or if they were finishing work they had started in a prior session, they were able to start doing some work even past step 2. But during step 1, they reviewed current research into best practices and saw how other districts approach similar classes. Content leaders led them through an analysis of student achievement and participation data before helping teams do a process that's called unpacking standards. During that process, teachers closely evaluated and analyzed the standard language to gain a deep level of understanding of what students need to know, be able to do, and understand in order to demonstrate mastery. From there, the teams used DESE guidance and their own new understanding of the standards to identify priority standards for each course. This process is critical in that it highlights for teachers the most important skills and learning that students must gain in order to be successful. And with that knowledge, they began creating proficiency scales that teachers and students can use as a learning tool to monitor mastery levels in their classrooms. After step 1, the teachers were ready to write updated course descriptions and transfer goals for each class. They also laid out the sequence of learning into a course map and timeline to help teachers properly budget their instructional time. And once content was placed into this sequence, teacher teams wrote descriptions, identified the enduring understandings that students should carry with them after the course, and wrote essential questions for each unit. They then organized the previously unpacked standards into units and rewrote the standards as student-friendly I can statements that allow students to personalize their learning goals as they progress through the class. Once this part was finished, the official curriculum document was considered ready for public review and input, and that will happen this fall, as I'll explain in a couple of slides here. Teachers then began building Canvas course blueprints for teachers and began organizing resources to assist teachers with planning for instruction and assessment. For all of these courses that have progressed through step 2, or through the end of step 2, our next step is to make the courses available for public review, both through an online survey and through an in-person curriculum review event. This was a new step that we added last year based on input from community members. We'll take their feedback and input and make revisions to the documents. Revised copies of the curriculum documents will then be reviewed by the Curriculum Council, who will provide input on whether or not each document is ready to go to the Board of Education for a first read. And the goal is to bring all of the documents to the board this fall so we can hopefully have them approved before publication of enrollment guides for next school year. In the meantime, the curriculum teams will begin steps 3 and 4, during which they'll write common assessments and select core resources for their classes. In step 4, if resources are more than $7,500, then they'll be submitted to the Board of Education for approval. After board approval, the curriculum teams will establish a multi-year curriculum implementation plan, which will include plans to provide teacher professional development over the updated curriculum. Then, after board approval and purchase of core materials, content leaders will lead teachers through the adoption of the approved resources. From this point, the content leader's role shifts to the other major component of their position, supporting the implementation of curriculum. This is when they visit classrooms and meet with PLC teams to monitor and support implementation while assisting with the analysis of student mastery data. So with close to 300 courses that we have available in our district, we've got courses at various points in this process. So you can see content leaders at sometimes they're having to think with their writing curriculum brain, and other parts of that same day they're assisting teachers and PLCs. So they have incredibly heavy work going on at all times. This fall, these are the courses that we anticipate bringing, the curriculum documents that we anticipate bringing to the Board of Education for first read. So as mentioned, our hope is to bring more than 35 curriculum documents to the board for approval this fall, hopefully in October, and the October-November board cycle. This list highlights the courses that we anticipate bringing forward through the process this fall. In addition to approving curriculum, you as the board, you fulfill the important role of approving the purchase and adoption of core instructional resources over $7,500. And as was true with the curriculum documents, we're planning to have a very active year in which we anticipate bringing forward more than 40 resources for approval. This list reflects courses that had new curriculum documents last year, courses that will have new curriculum this year, and courses that don't need a new curriculum document but whose current resources have extinguished their utility. So as you can see from the list, this is going to impact every content area and every grade level in our district. One special project that I want to make note of is our kindergarten through 5th grade ELA resource selection process. That's going to happen this year. And given that those resources will have a large price tag, and they're going to impact a large portion of our student population, we plan to host a workshop for board members before we bring a request for purchase to the board. And this will look much like our workshop for intervention materials a couple years ago. And then one last note, as you're aware, the district is proud to offer a strong slate of advanced placement and Project Lead the Way courses to our high school students. Last year, when our team completed a comprehensive audit of all course curriculum and resources, we discovered that some of these courses or several of these courses did not have a formal curriculum document that had been approved by the Board of Education. This is not uncommon in the region, across the state, or nationally, because advanced placement courses and PLTW courses, the curriculum for those courses, they're developed externally. So if you're offering those courses, you just use what the College Board gives you, you use what PLTW gives you. But we're going to take a step to clean that up this year. This year, we're going to secure updated copies of course curriculum documents for each of these classes, and we'll bring them to the board for formal review and approval. I'm not going to do all 90 or 80 of these at once and inundate you with all of that, because that would be an unfair ask. But in this way, we'll take an important and necessary step toward ensuring that all of our courses have a board-approved curriculum. So before concluding, I need to take a moment to recognize our talented and dedicated team of content leaders who planned and led this year's curriculum boot camps. They're Dr. Meredith Bates, Tim Bess, April Burton, Dr. Kara Dalton, Dr. Stephanie Evans, Stacy Kastner, Dr. Caitlin Crane, Dr. Matt Van Horn, Sarah Norath, Julie Roguski, Katie Vargas, and Jeff Bargelski. They play a significant role in ensuring that all of our students experience a robust and effective curriculum in all of their classes. And finally, I want to thank you for your time and attention and for the privilege of providing this instructional program to our community. With that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Questions, board?
Should board members submit their thoughts and questions about curriculum at the curriculum council point, or should they wait until the first reading point in the process?
Really, you could do it at any point in the process. In the curriculum council, we will have a board representative, and that would be an appropriate channel for board members to address their concerns with that representative who's going to serve on the curriculum council. But that can be done after first read. Once you get an opportunity to see it, and it takes a while to get through some of those. We had board members come to the public review event as well last year. That's a perfect opportunity to do that as well.
And it was a great event. I attended that last year.
Yeah.
It was a really good event. And this is the process for all curriculum. And it just, we're different cycles, so next year there'll be a different set.
Yes.
But every curriculum that is being shared with student this year has gone through this process of conversations, stakeholder input, everything else that you just mentioned.
They haven't all. We started this process last year, so this is a new process. And with 300 plus courses that are offered in the district, we can handle the system can handle a few at a time. Okay. We'll bring a healthy chunk this year. When we did the audit of all the courses, we identified what were the courses that impacted the highest number of kids. What were the courses that were the most, I don't want to say most important, but the most critical to things like state assessments. And the kid, like reading is a big deal at K-5, so like ELA, that rose to the top. So we prioritized, which ones do we need to hit first? And that's the way that we're progressing through. It's a multi-year plan to get every course through this process.
Thank you.
I have a question about the math curriculum. During some previous conversations with some people, they alluded to the fact that the math curriculums are not coordinated, meaning that there's not the same type of math or same concepts taught from the beginning, the middle high schools or middle schools and then the high schools. The basic complaint was that middle schoolers were not prepared to enter high school math. And they attributed that to the fact that not all three groups were brought into the planning process. Has that been corrected or addressed?
So when you asked, I want to clarify the question. So were they saying that they would have liked an opportunity to have like the high school, middle school, and elementary folks all in the same room at the same time doing the curriculum? Do I understand the question?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. We have not done all three of those at the same time, but we do have structures in place to ensure vertical alignment as we're working on curriculum, and that's something that we can always look at and continue to improve our efforts.
I just think that'd be necessary to keep the math scores at a high level.
That's a good point.
Any other questions, board? Thank you, Dr. Lammers.
Thank you all.
Up next is informational items. We have policies and regulations for review for first reading for the public out there, but I know the last couple of meetings we've had open kind of for board members to ask questions, so I do want to see if there's any questions from this first reading from any board members that may be out there. We'll start with 0340.
Yeah, I have a question. Has this been through the policy committee?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's going to go to the policy.
It was presented
It's
as
a pin form.
And then the policy committee see it, they just didn't talk about
Right,
it
it
that
needs to
night?
go to policy,
Okay.
So it's not been through policy committee?
not that I know. I just know it was a pin form.
Because I don't know if the policy committee will meet, but that's not a question.
Well, they're meeting August 26th.
Oh, okay.
And I'm hoping that they will also add language about social media in this. I think that would be important.
Where's that at?
Where's what?
Where's that word? What number?
No, it's 0340.
No, I know, but
She said
the,
she was that.
Hope they will add.
Oh, I'm
They will amend it to
Okay.
include social media.
so what prompted this change? I thought this was,
Well, I think they saw that it should be not just being polite to other board members, but board members being polite to patrons, staff, and students in all their communicating.
it mentioned disparaging remarks. Do we have a definition for disparaging?
No, but we can include that. I'll put that in there.
And I think we need to be very clear about inappropriate and the word disparaging.
Okay?
In our out of meetings, what I'm getting at is when a point is made that is incorrect and or false, would it be considered rude, disparaging, or inappropriate to make that
Not in my
correction?
mind, but
It should needs to be lined out.
so it probably should be defined.
Yes. Anything, any word like that should be.
Right.
Any other questions, comments? Next, then we have 0360. Committees. Move on. All right, next board, I'd like a motion to approve Regulation 2110 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
You said 2110?
2110, Regulation 2110. This is for first read and second vote. So this is equal opportunities for students with disabilities.
This is just a compliance change. We're
Yeah,
changing
that's
the
where we
name of the
changed the
compliance.
name. Yes.
Any questions, comments, board? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Up next, we have a motion that has been removed from the agenda. Okay, following this one, we have policy 6114. We need a motion to approve policy 6114 as presented.
So moved.
Dr. Khan. Dr. Shook.
No, it wasn't. You got
The other one. Discussion board.
I'd like to propose an amendment to 6114.
All right.
The current draft crosses out the phrase "developed by district staff." And so the section, "all curriculum developed by district staff," to replace that with "all curriculum developed by a committee of administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and/or community members for curriculum used in our buildings shall be formally presented to the Board of Education for official approval and adoption prior to use." If I have a second, I can speak to it.
Need a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion?
Yeah, the first part is just hearing what the curriculum process is. For the first part, like we just heard, seems like a good process for all of our curriculum to go through. Even Project Lead the Way and AP that are designed largely outside, there is still some development required by district staff to make it appropriate for our students. Removing the phrase "developed by district staff" would allow other curriculum to be introduced that is not going through the same process. And I think that would cause problems that I'm trying to avoid happening.
Director Blair, to offer one point of clarification, we cannot make edits to some of those curriculums, such as AP that you just spoke to. So part of this change was to make it more all-encompassing, that curriculum developed internally, as well as some of those outside curriculum resources that we adopt would all come to the Board of Education for approval.
And I'm willing to include those exceptions to be included, and I can find a better language to include that. What I'm concerned about is last fall, there was a curriculum that was presented that was discussed as a possible implementation into our school district that was presented by the Heritage Foundation that would not meet the criteria of the current language. But if this amendment is, if this policy is changed the way it's been presented before tonight, curriculum like that would be allowed because it hasn't been properly, it's not required to go through this process of district staff review.
I'm not aware of any curriculum that was proposed by the Heritage Foundation. This is, are you objecting to the board approving whole curriculum? Is that?
No, I just don't want to remove the phrase developed by district staff. I want to replace it with something that allows district staff to be named as an important part of curriculum adoption without just removing the phrase.
But the word all does that.
There.
But doesn't say it developed by district staff gets crossed out. And I would like to have an amendment where district staff is not removed from this policy.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It seems like that would be the same policies we have now. The point is to include, yes, all curriculum developed by district staff and all curriculum that is not developed by district staff. Or this is, honestly, I'm not even really sure what the objection is because this is already a state statute that we're supposed to approve all curriculum that the district uses.
Correct. What I wanted to make sure was we didn't, let me back up. What we could do is no, I think so. The language, all curriculum developed by committee of administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and/or community members for curriculum, and then I'll change that language of using our buildings with as well as what would you call Project Lead the Way in AP? Those are courses that are they're developed out externally. How would be? Are those called third-party resources or?
Is it purchase curriculum?
Okay. All right, and so I would just say all curriculum developed by a committee of administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and/or community members for curriculum, as well as developed by third-party partners. Shall be formally presented.
Maybe I meant, how is that different from all curriculum?
I wanted to identify that there are curriculums that need to be developed by the district staff, and that we don't find excuses to use curriculum that are different and apply it and circumvent the process we just talked about. Where AP and Project Lead the Way doesn't have, right? I want to make sure there isn't another category of curriculum that is dreamed up or introduced that is trying to be brought in as an alternative.
Right, but the word all would encompass that.
I think what you're trying to amend it to needs to be put in a regulation as opposed to a policy.
I'll just point out, I think I understand the nature of your concern now. I'll just point out that in this hypothetical Heritage Foundation curriculum, under the current policy, the administration could bring that in if they so desire, and we would never get the chance to approve it. This would prevent that. Right now, the administration could implement that policy because it's not district developed or developed by district staff. This policy would, as it is proposed, would prevent that from happening. So are you saying that you are okay with the district doing that by themselves and not bringing it to the board. That's what's not allowed under state statute, by the way. So
Could you read that? Read what it says, the way you wrote it?
are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh. Well,
I got it.
the proposed one would say pursuant to 160.516 RSMO, all curriculum shall be formally presented to the Board of Education for official approval and adopted prior to use.
I think what he's trying to say is, he's worried that, like, the board might decide to write curriculum, or some random group, you know, and just say that's curriculum. I think, is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to avoid that happening.
Like, you want it to be legit groups writing curriculum. So do you know what we're saying here? It should be people that know something.
All curriculum, wouldn't that fall under all?
Yeah, but people can come up and say, oh, I have a curriculum I'd like you to approve.
I think if you want to make that delineation, that's a very small specificity. I really get that one, it's getting late. That should go in a regulation. That's typically where you line out exactly what it is that the policy is saying.
And if that's the idea that should be a regulation, I'll gladly remove my amendment and then pursue a regulation for future conversation. So was that?
I would say the delineation between policy and regulation aren't always clear.
Don't muddy the waters.
Just saying that for clarification. It's not always clear. I think we have many policies that have things that could be considered regulation depending on how in-depth the policy is, or maybe regulations that were like, why isn't that policy? Because there's already a policy that it relates to. And some back and forth. It's just how MCE writes it for one reason or another. Just like MSBA writes them differently. They don't even have regulations. Everything is part of policy.
I'm just thinking it's, this policy is not definitive enough. It's just kind of like an overview, I don't know, what?
All?
Yeah, but I think it should be what kind,
definitive?
and, you know, is it legitimate, you know what I'm saying?
Kind of, sort of, but
Yeah.
when you go to order some ice cream and you say I want all the toppings, that means
Wow.
nuts, peach, cherry,
I don't think they could get that on there.
Okay, bad example, sorry. But all to me, and I think bring this, all means everything, all.
Well, I don't think we want everything, so I think that's what Stephen's saying.
What I'm hoping to do is create it where the district staff has a voice in all curriculum that is being presented, and that sounds like it's a regulation that we can talk about for future.
We have curriculum committee.
Maybe
So
it sounds like you want the districts, and I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Right.
That you're trying to say the district needs to define it, and the board shouldn't do anything outside of what the district has said you want to do this.
I am removing my motion for amendment, and we will revisit this.
I'm happy to try to work on the regulations.
We do have, I'll point out as well, there are several other policies under curriculum that do direct that and guide the superintendent and our team to write curriculum, to develop curriculum, revise curriculum. So we are in support of this as written. It flowed through the curriculum committee, the policy committee. We had discussion earlier this year, and so I don't know that there needs to be separate written. I think some of the other policies also cover what you're getting at as well.
Thank you. So,
Then we need the second.
Thank you for clarifying.
The second needs to agree to removing the amendment. No. Carol, the original second needs to agree to be.
I have to second, okay.
Well, you either say you're in agreement to rescind the amendment.
I second.
All right. So we will scratch that motion to amend, and we're back to the original motion to approve policy 6114 as presented. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Next, we have a motion to approve policy regulation 6116 as presented.
So moved.
Second. Who seconded? Go. Discussion board.
I have some questions. I was wondering why the changes that were recommended by the policy committee were not included in this final draft.
You have specific changes?
Well, I went to this meeting and I learned that where it says purpose, that I think it's that 2 paragraphs, that is really a policy and not a regulation. And I learned in the committee also that the state regulations should be named. What are those numbers and names of the state regulations you're referring to? And the term or the expression values judgment, they thought that was inappropriate wording because it's pretty much out there. What does that mean? And encourage, they suggested should be changed to influence. Because you always want to encourage students, but I think what you're really not wanting to do is to get teachers to influence students. You don't want to take away that they can encourage students, you know what I'm saying? Because they do that every day. So anyway, that's what came out of the policy committee meeting. So I was assuming that this would be addressed.
I guess my response, if you're asking for my response, policy regulation is, just like I just said, policy regulation aren't necessarily clear on delineation, so part of policy committee is they're providing their feedback and their thoughts and their opinions. Not all of that is like in stone, this is the way it is, that's the way it's not. First off, but there already is a policy, 6116, that we have, and this is a regulation to go along with that. So the first part of it's kind of clarifying a little bit on the regulation and kind of how it goes through and why it's there.
Well, I mean, did someone tell you of these things they wanted changed?
I've heard a number of things and made a number of changes.
Right.
Bill and with, I know there was some changes. I don't really see a whole lot of difference between the encourage and influence. That's why if somebody wants to change that, they can, but also this is very specified on what areas they encourage and whether it's encourage or influence.
I think though you mean influence probably. I think that's what you're basically getting at.
I think it could be both.
Yeah, well, I mean, because you don't want to tell a teacher not to encourage her students.
In general, no, but on
Yeah.
specific things they
Yeah.
probably shouldn't be.
Well, I think, don't get lost in the, sure, you want to encourage a student to achieve, but you have to be careful as to what you're encouraging. So,
Right.
I think there would be some parents that would disagree that they don't want their children encouraged in
Well, I
something.
think they would agree that they don't want them influenced. I
Right.
think that's more clear of what you're getting at, but that's my opinion. And then, to go further, I'm just wondering if this regulation would make teachers afraid to have any personal conversations with their students for fear of their conversation being misconstrued by the board. Many of our students need a friendly ear to just listen and care. I fear this will damage healthy student-teacher relationships. Sometimes a teacher is the only adult that students feel they can talk to. Growing up is hard. And you want to develop a relationship with your students. So
I think there's a level of relationship that wants to be built and should be there. I would agree with that. I think the delineation becomes, where does that lie? Then who makes those judgment calls? Just to throw out that there's some student.
Yeah.
That's a very big judgment call, and who makes that judgment call of whether they have somebody else to talk to or not, and what those conversations center around, right? And, I mean, I can throw out even by our music training. So for those who don't know, our Missouri Unified School Insurance Corporation, or like their training explicitly says teachers should not talk about anything but academics, period. So that's way over here compared to where this is.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know that I would say it's purely that, like there's some room. But,
This is just what, I'm feeling.
Yeah, no.
On that, by, words like values, judgment, and encourage, that I think that's really not what we want. That's my opinion.
I feel like teachers have pretty good education and common sense and can figure out what a definition of a word is.
Yeah, they do. And their definition might not be yours, so that's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
I have some questions about point number 1. Shall not make values judgments. Can a teacher say the phrase underneath this new rule, all of you are equal in my class? Is that values judgment? And I have a lot of questions, so it might be better instead of me asking you each time, respond each time for the sake of time, etc. So can teachers say, all of you are equal in my class? Can they say that? Can they say the phrase, all are equal, if it's on a sign and there's 7 rainbow colors behind it? Can they do it with a sign behind it that only has 4 colors? And can they say all are equal in my class? If it's 4 colors, does it matter if those colors are part of Roy G. Biv or any 4 colors? Does that trip any of the concerns that that's a values judgment on this topic? Because human sexuality, as it says here, is referring to sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. If a student says, today is my 1-month dating anniversary, does the teacher have to find out if they are LGBTQ before they say congratulations? Because if they say congratulations to somebody for being dating in a same-sex relationship, that would be a values judgment. That means that they're supporting that same-sex relationship. Can a teacher wear a rainbow pin? Or is that them making a values judgment on that topic? Can a teacher display a photo of a same-sex wedding of a family member? Or is that showing a values judgment on human sexuality for the kids? I do have a question if policy 6116 is religiously motivated. That'd be a good answer to share. Will this block teachers from saying that they disagree with LGBTQ as well? Like if there's a teacher who disagrees with LGBTQ, would this block them from that values judgment? Would this policy cancel the Gay and Straight Alliance? Because this would require a district employee or contracted personnel to say, you are welcome as you are. If a student is bullied for being LGBTQ, can a teacher say the students are wrong for bullying you? Can a teacher use a student's preferred pronouns? Because this would say that would be a values judgment to affirm that part of them, so using their pronouns or their preferred name. Is that allowed underneath this? Can teachers share empathy with an LGBTQ student, or is empathy a values judgment? Can a teacher put up a safe zone sticker? Can a teacher say, you're awesome just the way you are, or do they have to make sure the student isn't LGBTQ first before they say those words? What happens if a teacher affirms the value of a student, but later finds out that student is LGBTQ? Do they have to go back to the student and take back the affirmation? These are just some questions. And I don't know if the teachers know how they would answer these questions based upon this rule that you can't make a values judgment on it. Bands, can bands play music by Elton John or Queen? Because is that a values judgment that we are affirming same-sex artists? In musicals, are musicals and plays allowed that have a empathetic stance towards LGBTQ characters, people inside the play or the musical? If they decide to do the musical The Greatest Showman, and the song This Is Me is sung, do they have to skip it? Or do they put an asterisk in the program that saying does not refer to LGBTQ? So what I'm getting at is this first point, that a district employee shall not make values judgment is very vague. And, I mean, I don't know if you want to go through the whole litany, but like, do you feel like those questions are easy answers?
I would probably go back to my comment earlier that I feel teachers are very well educated and understand what the meaning of words are and have common sense to go and understand.
Right. So values.
Where the line is.
Sure. So values.
Go look at our training. They shouldn't be having any of those conversations in the first place according to music. And this is just trying to clarify a little bit more different areas.
Well, sure. Well, if they're trying to say you really should be gay or you really should do this, that's a different message. This is values judgment. Is saying that it's okay to be gay, is that a values judgment? Is that a,
I'm not sure if you went through the music training. I know all teachers have to do it, but there is a statement in there that says teachers shall not counsel students on non-academic matters. This comes from our training. With respect to the rest of your questions, so it's board policy that board members should come to board meetings prepared to vote. I think if you had a lot of these questions, the proper thing to do would have been to email them. You clearly have a lot. You've put a lot of thought into it. I don't know if you did this morning, but I suspect you have thought about this over several days and weeks, but, second read vote, this is not, if you're asking these rhetorically as an objection to why you don't support it, I understand, but the second read and vote is not the place to go through 25 different questions here. That's what policy committee's for.
Sure. Well, it gets down to
emails for all these. There's several avenues for you to have done this over the last several weeks. So I think that there's, if you're not prepared to vote, if the answers to these questions will sway your vote. I'm not quite sure what the
good question.
What the point is.
The point of the question is, I'm asking. You can answer any of these, right? If you don't want to say I don't want to answer all 25. Or however many I say, right? What I'm saying is that if you are unable to answer any of these, if like this one's a yes, this one's a no, if there isn't a clear description of answers to these questions, then the teachers cannot be expected to know the answers to these questions too. And what that does, it creates a free speech violation, a chilling effect if the teachers don't know what they can say or can't say. And I'm asking, in open setting, can teachers say it is okay to be gay?
So maybe let me answer this way. If we go through and try to define every word in policy, we're going to be here for a really long night, just like we talked about earlier with what's disparaging mean.
Sure.
Well, I think we can all use common sense to try to figure out what disparaging means. But also at the same time, we start getting into not setting policy, but implementing policy and telling the administration what they shall and shall not do and what everything means. And at that point, we're administrating the school, not overseeing the school.
Right. I understand you're saying to some degree.
Director Bertrand, I call the question.
Second.
So we have a call to question, a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Ayes have it. So then we move on to voting on the motion to approve R 6116 as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Ayes have it. Next, we have a motion to approve policy and regulation 6241 with an effective date of September 1st, 2024 as presented.
So moved.
Cook. Bushkar. Discussion board.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
Where it says every effort will be made to provide materials that present all points of view concerning international, national, and local problems and issues of our times. I would like to add the phrase, except for hate speech, false science, and false historical claims. And if I have a second, I can speak to it.
Second.
We're unclear. Is this policy, regulate, what are you?
This policy 6241.
Policy 62. First and second. Discussion.
Yeah, as we try to get all points of view, we don't respect all points of view regarding hate speech. Like, we don't say, well, there's not hate speech and there's hate speech. We want to make sure we present both points of view. We don't want to talk and present false science, like the earth is flat. Like, that's not a point of view. And we don't want to present false historical claims, like the Holocaust is a hoax. That is not a point of view. And so I was just being clear, just add at the end of it, except for hate speech, false science, and false historical claims.
Other discussion, board?
We're talking about 6241.
Policy 6241.
And where exactly does this extra verbiage go? You said at the end, but I'm not.
Yeah, thank you. The second full paragraph, I should have said that earlier.
Second full paragraph. You said the end.
Just as a clarifying, Director Cook, if you don't mind answering, is there other language in the policy that you feel would cover that? Or
I'll just say that this is not an amendment. The language you're changing is not language that I revised. This is language that's in current policy. My personal feeling is hate speech is a very broad term, means different things to different people. It's a very politically charged term in my view. False science, you gave the example of the earth is flat. I think you get into some very heavy discussions here. Is climate change real? Is it not real? Is this what's that science? Is that what you're trying to avoid here? Are we not going to provide both sides of that argument? Are you going to prevent teachers from doing that? The teacher thinks it's not real. Is that okay with you? Is that okay with you?
Is it okay with me if what?
If a teacher decides that the science behind climate change is not real, and so therefore they're not going to be bringing those materials into, would that be okay with you?
Are you asking me if it's okay with me if a teacher was saying that climate change is not real?
Yes. Because that's who you're leaving this decision to now, if you add that language.
Without adding that language, it would allow a huge variety of.
Without adding it, you're right, it would allow a variety of viewpoints. But with adding it, you're giving some administrator who's unelected the determination to decide what they feel is true and false.
Yeah, it's the science teacher to share the science. Yeah. I'm comfortable with the science teacher teaching the science in the science class.
That should be in the curriculum.
So, again, the amendment is to add the phrase, except for hate speech, false science, and false historical claims.
Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor of the amendment that Director Fuller mentioned, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
We do a roll call.
I would like a roll call, please. Director Blair.
Aye.
Director Harmon.
No.
Vice President Cook.
No.
President Bertrand.
Aye.
Treasurer Pushkar.
No.
Director Ponder.
Aye.
Director Owens.
Aye.
Ayes have it. All right, so onto the amended motion for policy and regulations 6241, effective dates.
I had something else about policy 6241.
Okay.
I think it's wrong to delete students' First Amendment rights from the policy. And I don't understand why that was removed. I think we should be honoring a student's First Amendment rights and not attempting to hide it. Because whether it's there or not, they still have First Amendment rights. And that needs to be celebrated. So, I mean, who wrote this? Who crossed out? Was it Randy?
Director Cook. wrote the policy.
I was wondering why students' First Amendment rights was erased.
I cannot answer that in open session.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions, board? On to the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Ayes have it. Next, we have policy regulation 6310.
Don't you regulation 6041, or was that?
It was all together. Motion to approve policy and regulation 6310 as presented.
So moved.
Director Bushgar. Discussion board.
Okay, once again, I'm going to talk about removing critical thinking and problem-solving skills. As an educator myself, this was what?
Removing it from where?
From
I think she was stuck in general.
from the 6310
Policy regulation.
policy
The
6310.
second sentence underneath intellectual access.
Because that's what teachers are taught to do. Critical thinking skills is learning how to identify a problem, process and organize information, and come up with solutions. Teachers don't want to spoon feed their students, they want their students to learn how to think for themselves. The wording of the current policy was carefully crafted by professionals to illustrate today's education standards. Is critical thinking on the chopping block too? I don't know why we would fear putting critical thinking in this policy. I think it's a bonus. It says who we are.
So are you requesting to amend the policy that
That it would be added back. It's a
we
pretty safe thing.
Request to amend the policy?
I'm sorry, where exactly are you?
I'm in policy 6310.
Right. Where?
I don't know, there's so many pages, I don't know.
Second line underneath intellectual access on page 1.
Yeah, under intellectual access.
Did you request these changes in writing that I missed via email?
No, I did not. I did speak to it at the last board meeting though, the same issue.
Yes.
And I don't know was I supposed to ask again or?
I'm not sure if we need to put in every single policy that critical thinking is an important aspect of why the policy is there. Is that your view?
No, I'm
We don't
saying,
write critical
no, I'm
thinking.
saying
Excuse me, I
that,
have the floor. If we don't write critical thinking in every policy, that somehow we are not supporting the critical thinking of students. It's in our mission. Our mission is to create lifelong learners. If critical thinking isn't part of that, we have much bigger problems than a sentence being struck out in a policy.
I was just asking why it was deleted.
It's language that is not germane to the policy itself is what was deleted.
Well, the people that originally wrote it thought that it was.
Do you know who originally wrote it?
No, I don't, but I know they were professionals.
And if 20 years from now, somebody looks at this policy and changes some of the language that I wrote, would you be comfortable with them saying, well, the person who wrote this, meaning me, was a professional? No, they didn't know, even though I don't know.
Well, I do.
You don't really know who wrote this.
No, I don't, but I trust that they were professionals and it went through process and they thought it was important. Something else I found in my investigative work in the last week was I asked 3 former superintendents how many times they'd ever had board members writing policy or regulation. Every one said never. So why is this happening now? I think that's alarming. I think it's very alarming.
So you take that as a bad thing?
Yes.
Having a board member willing to take his or her time outside of their work, their family time, the board doing their own research to write and develop a policy that they think is germane to the district that they're volunteering to serve.
Well, some of what they said was they have had members suggest that a policy be written, and then the policy committee wrote it with the board members, input, but that a board member had never taken upon themselves to just write a bunch of policy and regulation. I'm just
Okay.
sharing this with you.
Okay, and my question would be, is that a reflection on previous board members? Or is that a reflection on a current active board member? I don't see that as a positive or a negative, just because.
I see it as
We're not
overreach.
up here for applause lines.
I know, I see it as overreach, but this is my opinion, and I'm just sharing that with you.
I get it, and I guess I don't agree because somebody's willing to take the time
And that you're right.
and put in the effort
Yes.
to do all this work and write this. Kudos to them. I mean, that's everybody's responsibility as a board member to be able to write and propose policy. It's in the policy that it's our responsibility.
Yes, with collaboration, through the.
No, it takes collaboration for the policy to pass, but it does not
Okay.
take collaboration.
Okay, I'm just
to write.
saying I disagree, and you don't, so you don't agree with me, that's fine, you're right. Did you have something you wanted to say? I saw your little hand.
I was quiet.
Right, we're trying to run a meeting. So maybe we should refocus on the
Yes.
actual policy and regulation. Any other additional discussion, Blair?
Yeah, I don't agree with the board being the final arbiter for profanity and violence. We're not the ones who have the most information and training to decide educational suitability. The list of books that we blocked from 6310, it'll list some books that you might be surprised are on the list when you start identifying what fits the description for profanity and how many cuss words is too many cuss words. Are all cuss words created equally? Like in my home, if a kid says, the S word, it's not as bad as to say the F word. And so do they weigh the F word versus the S word on this? Or what if it's MF? And what if it's this? And so it's hard to decide how to apply that based upon the length of the book, the shortness of the book.
I guess maybe I'm a little confused because I thought, Director Cook, correct me if I'm wrong, you updated the language so it took a lot of that where it was very specified on here's the numbers here and changed it to be more generalized to allow, kind of give a little direction, but allow for librarians, the teachers to kind of use a little more judgment around those things.
I'd like to, I'm sorry, I don't have anything.
Sorry, am
I'd like
just
to,
thinking here?
I did make revisions to this section regarding profanity. Just to be clear, it's elementary school shall have little to no profanity, and secondary school shall not have excessive or unnecessary profanity, and the board should be the final arbiter. The board is always the final arbiter. We can take it out of here, but the fact of the matter is the board ultimately can have this decision.
well, if you do
It's that
that,
way currently, by the way.
if you do that, you're going to negate policy 510, policy development, adoption, and review, which states the development and adoption of policies to govern operation of the district are the responsibility of the Board of Education. Proposals to develop new policies or amend current policies may be initiated by any board member, citizen of the district, or an employee of the district. At any meeting of the board, policies governing the schools may be enacted, amended, or repealed by a majority vote.
Please, keep it down.
The board shall also review written policies on a continuing basis to ensure consistency and legality of the board actions and administrative decisions. Policies shall be reviewed and revised as a result of newly enacted state and/or federal legislation, court decision as a result of research and/or policy development as presented by state and/or national organizations and agencies, or for other reasons as determined by the board.
And that was review, right? The board should review.
Review written policies, yes. So
Does it say right?
no, it doesn't, but it says
Okay.
we have the distinct responsibility to review. Anybody, any citizen can come up and
Not right.
it says here that a citizen can make recommendations
Right.
for new policies.
Recommendations.
Adopt and review is what it says.
Yeah.
Director Owens, I think you're misunderstanding. You're only listening to the last part. Yes, it is also in a board member's purview to review existing policies is also in our purview, as was stated in the first part of the policy that says we may develop, write, and amend policies. And that's what's being done here.
Develop with other voices in the room.
No, I don't believe it says that at all.
So you don't need, okay, all right, I get it.
I mean, developing it, you certainly
You don't, I
can.
get it. It's clear.
But just to be clear, crystal clear, they are developed, and then we did get feedback from other voices, as evidenced by all of the changes that have occurred to this over the past 2 months.
6310, again, there'd be a list of books lots that could be seen as banning or censoring books from entering into the school district based upon the board members' ideologies versus the librarian's expertise. And I will side with librarian expertise over board member ideology. Part of the current regulation says the final decision is left to the library media specialists on page 1. The board is supposed to focus on the big picture, and it seems like 6310 would mean that books that are being presented for purchase will come to a board meeting and we'll have a conversation on which books can be pulled from that purchase order. Is that the point? Is that one of the steps that's happened? That's just clarification, is that
If I read it right, Director Cook, correct me if I'm wrong, just says that it should be brought as an informational item, so it's just there for the public to view and say, here's the books coming into the district.
right, so here are the books coming to the district for purchase. Is that going to be presented at a board meeting for a board member to take a book off that list and say, before you purchase it, I want to pull it off the purchase list? Is that the
I
purpose?
think it's for transparency and notifying the public if here's public concern, here's the things, just so we can alleviate that public concern.
So
if the public wants to go and review the list and then voice some kind of concern around it,
Got it.
they can, but
So next month, according to this, will there be a list of the books that are hoping to be purchased and brought into the schools? Will we see the list, and then do we act on it in a way where they can't purchase it until we agree that those books can be purchased?
I think it requires us to agree that they be purchased. It's just
Yeah, the nature of informational items is that they are informational.
Right.
But if we so choose to remove that and put it on the agenda for approval or amend the purchase, we have that right, just as we have.
Got it. And so we also approve purchases. That's my question, is because these would be
If we
purchases.
choose to, yes.
So we can choose to see a list of books to be purchased and remove a book off that list at a board meeting and decide at a board meeting.
Yes, if somebody purchases $25,000 of books right now, we would approve that.
maybe this is the clarifier, try to clarify the question. Are you asking if the intention of the policy is to do that, or if that's what the policy
I'm asking,
there, or if like the board has the ability to do that in the first place?
the board should focus on the bigger pictures of the whole district versus having board time being spent discussing the book list every single month. And so every single month, there's a book that's on the list.
Which is why it's on as an informational item, I believe, for our Director Cook, and not as an agenda item to discuss.
And so we'll just wait to see if a pattern shows up of pulling books off the information list.
Director Bergeron.
I wouldn't assume or intend for books to be necessarily pulled off the.
So are you saying that we see the list before they're bought or after?
I believe the policy says before they're bought, they come as an informational item for the public to view.
So then how would we know how they all, I mean, I wouldn't have read them all. I don't know how I would decide.
Well, I think that's part of the point, too.
What?
That, didn't we discuss in the last meeting, I believe there was an answer to a question, that somebody was asked how many thousands of books are being ordered every year?
Yeah, I think it was like about 7,000.
Yeah, 7,500 and something?
But I'm saying
Who's going to read 7,500 books? I mean,
probably the librarians.
really? So
I think we've already had comments
And
from the librarians.
teachers.
in 1 year, 12 people are going to read 7,500 books.
I think it was 6,800. I don't know.
Okay,
So again, I think
The point of this is that, and maybe a little story would help, a little bit of a history lesson, is that in, I think, 2021 or 22, there was a purchase of some classroom books that came before the board. One parent, of course, noticed the title of one of these books, and that parent happened to know that this book had sexually graphic images of oral sex drawn out on the pages of this book we were about to put in classrooms of children. That parent spoke up. Book was not purchased, and the remaining books on the list were. Had that list not been made public, that book would have been in 30 different classrooms throughout Francis Howell. So that is the intent of what this informational list does, is it gives not necessarily the 7 of us. You're right, you're exactly right. It's impossible for us to go through every title or have familiarity, but anybody in the public who's interested in looking at that list can peruse it, and if they see something that they know through personal experience to be problematic, they can bring it to our attention, and we can act on it at that time. That's it. That's the only intent here, and it ultimately, if it is truly a problematic book like that one was, you keep it out of the hands of kids, which I think is a good thing.
Dr. Bertrand, I call the question.
Second.
Call the question in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No?
No.
Ayes have it. So we have a motion to approve policy and regulations 6310. Please hold it down. Thank you. As presented, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 Ayes have it. Up next, we have motion to approve policy and regulation 6341 with the effective date of September 1st as presented.
Second.
Cook. Discussion board.
Policy, it says the board may remove materials from the learning commons if they are deemed to be pervasively vulgar or lack educational suitability. Question is, how do we measure educational suitability? And are we equipped to do this? And if we aren't, what training do we need to be able to decide if it has educational suitability?
That is up to each board member to decide.
Concerned that on page 1 on the regulation, removing 9 copies at one time can result to a temporary censorship. There are some other First Amendment concerns. We've talked again about Island Trees versus Pico, which was there when people were criticizing books of being just plain filthy, and realizing some of that same language might be repeating here. I do want to make a suggestion. The review committee can rule, and then it can be presented to the board for appeal, and that is page 3. After all parties have addressed the board may ask questions. The board shall vote to accept or reject the recommendation. Decision of the board is final. I'd like to make an amendment to 6341 regulation that requires the board to read the book that they are having to vote on.
I'll second that.
You realize it's not current regulation or policy for the board to do this.
I'm aware. If we're creating policies, let's create policy.
So can you read the amendment for the record?
It would be, before the line, the board shall vote to accept or reject the recommendation of the review committee. The idea, enter the line, the board is required to read the book being appealed.
Discussion board?
Why not make the board, the entire board part of the review committee then?
I'm not sure how you're planning to enforce. I mean,
Yeah.
You're gonna.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how
do
you-
a book report or some, this is one of the more absurd recommendations I've heard from social media that you seem to have picked up on. But I'm vehemently against this. There's some things that you need context for, and there's others you clearly don't, such as the book I mentioned earlier. I don't need to read a whole book to look at pictures of people performing oral sex on each other and know that it's inappropriate. So maybe you do. I don't need that.
No,
I'm not going to read that book. I'm going to look at that picture and say, this is not appropriate for kids. So, I'm
making a motion that the board should read, if the review committee has to read the book that they're voting on, the board should have to read the book that they're voting on. If you disagree, just disagree. So that's the amendment, the board should read the book that they are voting on.
I'll second that.
We already have first and second, so it's just discussion. Any other discussion, board?
So you want to put something into the policy or into the regulation that wasn't even in the old
Correct.
regulation? Gotcha.
Other discussion, board?
How do you intend to enforce this?
Trust that you would read it?
Trust that the board is following the policies like we ask everybody else to follow the policies.
So we have a motion for, what are we voting on?
Amendment.
We are voting on a motion to amend the motion to change the language to require the board to read the book prior to voting on it. Is that clear? Is that?
Yes, on page 3 of Regulation 6341.
There, everybody clear what we're voting on?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. So we're back to the original motion to approve policy regulation 6341 with effective date of September 1st, 2024.
Well, I do want to bring up one more piece. When we talk about books, one of the best parts of the regulation on 6041 was the idea that the review committee was supposed to look at the book, whatever phrases, whatever passages, in light of the context of the whole. That was a line that's listed in 6241 that got removed. I believe the review committee should have to view the context in the middle of the whole. There might be exceptions, like what Randy said, is there's no explanation of the rest of the book that would explain that one section. But what I'm saying is that if you don't read the whole book, you don't know why that scene is in there. Otherwise, for example, there's a book that says, she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emission was like that of horses. So you long for the lewdness of your youth when Egypt caressed your young breasts. Sleep with your brother's wife, fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise offspring. But Onan knew that the child would not be his. So whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from providing offspring to his brother. You made for yourselves male idols and engaged in prostitution with them, which is a reference to an ancient version of a sex toy. Blow on my garden, that its fragrance may spread abroad. Let my lover come into his garden and taste its choice fruits. This is a reference to oral sex. All of these are inside the Bible. And so the idea of review committee, they need to view the whole context. And so I think 6341 is poor because it doesn't include instructions for the review committee to see the whole context of a book. So, where is it? So underneath 6341.
Sorry.
It's right, it's late. Regulation 6341, I will make a motion to add point B that says what the current 6241 says about viewing the section in light of the overall context of the book.
Say that again, you like to make?
Point B is to weigh the positives and negatives in light of the entire context of the book. In other words, if there's just one bad section, does that spoil the whole thing? So just tell the review committee to consider the whole section.
Just so I'm clear, are you making an amendment, or is that just discussion here?
Making an amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment. We have a second.
I'll second
So the point of the challenged materials, policy and regulation is the board has the ability to, or if adopted, remove books that are considered obscene under state statute, which is a very clear definition, in my view, or is pervasively vulgar or lacks educational suitability. So the pervasively vulgar and lacks educational suitability, those terms, those standards come directly from the Pico versus Island Trees Supreme Court case. And those are the reasons, those are the standards from which a review committee, or in my view, the board, should review a book. If it is challenged. Nowhere in the policy does it say, well, if it's, I suppose if you as a board member think that the context is important to educational suitability, I think that's every board member's right. But I don't know that needs to be added. That if you think that's important to educational suitability, that's each individual member.
Yeah,
I think instructing the committee to review that or to do that creates a lot of room. And honestly, this is how, if you look at some of the most recent book challenges, this is how they all were sustained, was because the review committee said, well, if you look at the whole context of the book, it's actually okay to have all these vulgar phrases or sexually explicit descriptions of scenes and sex acts and whatnot. So that's what you're after, and I'm not sure that.
Right. And just for clarification, I'm just going to use the words from Regulation 6241. So the amendment is to use the exact words, weigh positives and negatives and form opinions based on the material as a whole rather than on passages or sections taken out of context. But that's the language, exact language from 6241 that existed, that was removed. I'm just going to add that as directions from the review committee. So that's the motions in front of us. And second.
Any other discussions, questions, board? You want to read the language?
Sure. Weigh positives and negatives and form opinions based on the material as a whole rather than on passages or sections taken out of context.
That language would give the review committee basically carte blanche authority to just approve basically anything they felt. That language is so vague. It's basically not a standard at all at that point. If that's what you're after, then I suppose, now we see that.
So where would you add that? Just for.
As added underneath point A, it would be the new point B.
The new point B. So
that's it.
What do you get from it already says examine and or read the challenge resource. So as part of their examining and reading, you don't think they're going to be doing that?
It was important to be added before, and it needs to be, for me, I think it's important, just like the Bible references, right? That if somebody doesn't look at that based on the whole big picture, like they're going to say, well, that's just too much violence, sexuality, sex toys, all the things that you mentioned this, which again, people are going to start reading the Bible tonight because of all this.
What version is it in?
What's the version of the Bible?
Yeah.
New International Version.
Yeah, we see what you were trying to do there, challenge the Bible and get every board member to read it, Pastor.
Yeah, that's the idea. It is.
Amen.
That is covered. Well done. Again, that'd be awesome. That'd be a long meeting.
I'll vote for that.
I will be honest. There's a section there in the middle that's pretty dry. So again, I'm just presenting that as an amendment. Approve it or not, but I think that it was there for a reason, and I think that it should remain there. So.
Any additional questions, or we'll go for a vote? All right. Amendment to Director Blair's language. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
believe the noes have it.
I think we
Was
need
that
it.
you?
Yeah.
Roll call?
Did you get that?
Get all
I'll
that?
be happy to do a roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
Are you awake?
Yes, I am. Treasurer Pushkar. No. President Bertrand.
Aye.
President Cook, or Vice President Cook.
No.
Director Harmon.
No.
Director Blair.
Aye.
Director Owens.
Aye.
Director Ponder.
No.
Does have it. All right, back to the original motion. Motion,
I had one other thing.
Okay.
I didn't know if this was a mistake, that the learning media specialist was not included in the configuration of the review committee.
We discussed that. You were at the meeting, weren't you? We discussed that at great length.
I don't recall hearing that. Why was that?
Well, they voiced their opinion by wanting to buy it and purchasing the book. That was already.
No, on the review committee. You know, when you review
Yeah.
the book, why aren't they on there? That's,
So
I thought that was.
Because they were involved in the purchase. That's like,
Were they originally on the review committee?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought, well, that.
Well, under the current policy, yes.
Right.
Under the, have not been on in any of the revisions of the policy that I've proposed. After some feedback from, it's all running together now. I don't remember if it was the librarians or the policy committee, but at some point I got feedback that, and we agreed that I would put in a place for the librarian to submit a statement about the educational suitability of the book or whatever the challenge criteria was. But procedurally or logically for me, it was that if a book is informally challenged, which is what happens first before these committees are formed and all of this procedure, at that point, the librarian has a chance to remove it if they agree that it's pervasively vulgar, obscene, or not educationally suitable. So at that point, the librarian has already rendered a decision, so they would not be an objective.
Okay, so it's not a mistake, that's what you want. Okay.
Yes, it's by design.
any additional questions? All right, so motion to approve policy and regulation 6341 with an effective date of September 1st, 2024 as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Ayes have it. And then we are on to superintendent comments.
Thank you, President Bertrand. Board, I want to start, I don't believe it was anyone's intent, but through these policy discussions the past 2 months, our library media specialists have at times been regarded negatively on social media posts and in some discussion. And I just want to point out that we as a team, and I believe you do regard them as highly qualified professionals and do value the work that they do in the district, and that these discussions and changes are not a reflection of the work that they are doing as employees in the district. I also believe that we as a district have followed board policy and continue to, and follow state statute regarding materials and appropriateness. And when there have been concerns from patrons, from parents, we do take them seriously and have looked into each one of those concerns along the way. We'll continue to do so under these updated and revised policies as well. I want to start tonight celebrating Patrick Schulte, who is a 2019 Howell graduate, who is a member of the 18-player U.S. men's national soccer team that competed in Paris the last several weeks. While that did not turn out how he and we all would have hoped, that is an exciting celebration for the district. We welcomed 129 new educators to the district last week. Spent a lot of time right here in this room. And this week we had just over 1,100 returning teachers come back to work. And so collectively our staff of over 2,000 has been working incredibly hard the past couple weeks to welcome, as of right now, 16,637 students to the first day of school next Tuesday, August 20th. This has been a week of preparation, meetings, professional development, training, and team building as we prepare for the start of this year. Mr. Stutzer presented earlier, but I really want to thank him, our Director of Facilities and Operations, his entire team and department, as well as our outside partners for the capital improvement work this summer. I don't believe he said it tonight, but just over $50 million worth of capital improvements were done over 75 days this summer. And that is really an incredible heavy lift for anyone to do, in addition to all the other preparation to get the year started. So thank you to our facilities and operations team for all of that work this summer. Last week, all of our new teachers gathered at the former Francis Howell Union Building and participated in what's called 4E safety training. This is an intensive 4-hour training that all of our staff have been through. It's hands-on and really teaches staff the skills to effectively respond to emergencies. The 4Es are to educate, escape, evade, and engage. We work closely with St. Charles County Police Department who come in and do that. And I share that. It's a reminder that we're always thinking about student safety and the safety of our staff, and there are a lot of things that happen throughout the year. And that's one example of a training that we do that takes place each year. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the hard work of our district Parents as Teachers program. They also do a lot of work over the summer. We have certified parent educators who offer personalized visits to families' homes. They also come into our center. They focus on everything from developmental guidance, parenting resources on sleep and nutrition, tailored activities for students, and it serves all the students living within the district. And it's really working with the parents on these topics, helping the parents fill in gaps or information that they would like. Serves hundreds of families throughout the district, and we're working with them to bring them as a best practice spotlight presentation to share with the board this fall a little bit more of the work that they do. It's been mentioned a couple times, but today was transition day for all of our 6th and 9th grade students, and we've done this for several years now, but it's an opportunity for those students to come in at the transitional years, to be in the building, get to walk their schedules, ride the bus, get to know their teachers in an environment where the scary upperclassmen are not present, and get to go through their buildings. And we heard a lot of positive feedback about the day today. And it was also the first ever transition day for the 456 new freshmen that are entering the new Francis Howell North High School this year. Saloon shared that demolition did actually begin yesterday, and while we're all sad to see that building come down, it's exciting that we're at the point of opening and welcoming our students and staff to the new building next Tuesday. Again, we want to invite our entire community to come to the opening celebration on Saturday, August 24th at 2 o'clock. There will be an official ribbon cutting ceremony with the board and other guests. Following that, there'll be tours of the building. And then from 4 to 8 that evening is their Black and Gold Day, where there will be scrimmages out in the field in the new stadium, activities for families going on throughout the evening. So we hope everyone will join us. There's a lot of great energy as we get ready to welcome our students on Tuesday. Obviously, this week's board meeting took a lot of people's energy and focus, as it should, but I hope now we all turn our attention to welcoming back our 16,500 students to the first day of school. I want to again reiterate for all of our staff, they put in a lot of work throughout the summer, whether they're here in our schools and our buildings getting them ready, they're working on lessons and planning at home. The work doesn't stop, but everyone has been working hard to lay the groundwork for a great academic year. Our staff's dedication to our students is amazing, and really excited to begin a new year with our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rumpus. Board commentary.
First off, I'd like to thank this board and of course all the patrons as well that attended tonight. I thank this board for all the hard work, dedication, and insights and thoughts that go into working and passing these any policies, not just the policies tonight. It's not always easy, as you may know, to receive close to 200 manufactured emails over one or two policies, but that's exactly what happened this time. I would like to thank the board and for their diligence in sticking to what they believe that is right. I also want to say that I attended the new teacher orientation, and I was very excited to see so many best of the best teachers that we've hired that are excited and just really going to put their all into teaching for the next year. I especially applaud our teachers because teaching makes all other professions possible. Think about it. There's nothing happening unless you're taught. So I thank the many teachers that made the decision to join our school district, and as I told them at the luncheon, that they made the best decision that they could have. They joined the best district in St. Charles County, and I really don't care what Wentzville, Orchard Farm, or any of the other ones think. We have the best, we are the best, and we will remain the best.
I just wanted to say that I am thankful for the entire staff as they work to prepare for the beginning of school. It is my hope our school community can shut out the noise and focus on the students, so everyone will have a great start to a new school year. This new beginning is a good time to reflect on how we want to live, learn, and grow as humans. Teachers know they are to show the same kindness and compassion to all of their students and hope their students will learn to do the same. They know all of their students are different, but they make accommodations for them all, whomever they are. That is not only their job, it is their calling. Life is hard, and it's not always easy to hear other viewpoints, but our teachers are expected to do that every day, and they do, because they want to make a difference. We must do the same. It is my hope we will all remember to lift up our teachers, staff, students, and families every day this school year. We all can send a note of thanks, volunteer to help, show kindness and caring to everyone in the school community. I'm continuing to hope we will one day be one Howell, where everyone who enters our doors will feel valued, safe, and welcome.
I would say I had a good time on Tuesday seeing some of the teachers at Francis Howell North. Just a beautiful building. I went there thinking I was going to be like carrying teacher supplies from the curb to their classrooms, but all that had already happened. So I ended up just being there to help hand out lemonade. But talked to a number of teachers, like what Jane just said, truly like the treasure of the entire school district are each of those teachers. I did talk to Stephanie, the opening custodian, and just a reminder that everybody at that school and 129 new, a lot of things to learn at once. So let's give extra grace and encouragement to all of our staff and teachers, especially during these first few weeks. I wanted to circle back. Patron Miranda Bell made a comment regarding clarifying some language about discrimination. In order to be one Howell, we have to make sure we protect everyone, including the 25% of our school district who are minorities. And so I'd like to have a conversation on that at the next month's meeting. And I just want to say, we'll hear the word values judgment a lot. We'll try to figure out what it means. But as a board member, I don't fit the description of district employee or staff or personnel, right? So for me, I just want to say, if you're somebody who is bullied, if you are somebody who's LGBTQ, we see you. You are important. Our district is better because of you. You are filled to the brim with worth and value. And our school district is so much better because you are in it. And today I visited a man who's on hospice, and I don't think the man on hospice is thinking about the people who disagreed with him or the people who he passed along the way. I imagine he's thinking about the people who loved him. And if you're somebody who identifies as LGBTQ, I want you to know that I don't think the people on the board here, they're not villains, they're not people who dislike you or harm you or desire to harm you. But my best suggestion is, if you're LGBTQ, to focus on the people who are surrounding you with love, and kindness, and care, and may your attention be passed towards them at this time. So thank you very much.
Just real, mine will be quick in yours, I guarantee it. So a couple things, you talking about that it's been a very busy week for me, but I had a pleasant conversation with somebody that would sit, that is across the aisle for me, as some of you would say. I sat down and we had talked for an hour and a half last night. It was a good night. We didn't shake papers at each other. We didn't whistle at each other. We just had a conversation. I enjoyed the meeting, and if she ever wants to reach out again and have a sit down, I'm more than happy to do it, because I'll talk to anybody. But I went to walk the class schedule today, and then this one, it always strikes me when there are sayings in Francis Howell Central, and this one always gets me. And I happened to remember to take a picture when I walked by it. No one can make you feel inferior without your consent. Eleanor Roosevelt. It's there in the hallway in Francis Howell Central. It speaks volumes.
Mark?
That wasn't as short as you thought it was. And I'll be probably a little quicker than that. So this week we all got an opportunity for our children to go and meet their new teachers, and you know, for me it's always, you know, a pretty special day because, you know, my kids are young and they're experiencing these new things. And fortunately for us, my littlest one was able to get the same teacher as my older one, which is kind of something that happens quite a bit around here. But it was really neat to see that, you know, Mrs. Stark remembered Isla obviously and really embraced her, and one of the things that she said was that, you know, she always gets a hug whenever she sees her in the hallway, and you know, that to me is why we're all here, is to raise these kids to be able to do that and really make sure that the teachers understand that that means something to us as parents. But as I was there, you know, going through these things, you know, obviously I had to get there first, and it was not an ideal situation in the parking lot when we pulled up, and we ended up having to, you know, park across the street. There's a, you know, very, very busy 4-lane road that we had to cross, and it during rush hour, and it was, you know, I found myself, you know, I was like, well, I'll just drop you guys off at the front, and then I'll go park the car, and I'll come back up and meet you guys up there. So I did that, and so I found myself with a bunch of parents and kids thinking, this is bad. You know, parents, kids crossing a busy road during rush hour. So I kind of just jumped out in the street, stopped a bunch of cars, and away everybody went across the street. Well, the first thing I did when I got inside was what? I called Ken. He didn't answer, of course, because he's doing something else. So I texted Dr. Rumpus and I said, this is what's going on. Something needs to happen here. Somebody's going to get hit. We need to figure this out. And he said, okay, I'll handle it. Everything. We'll figure something out. We'll get, you know, the cops to come over or whatever. So we go into the building, do what we have to do. I'm coming out, and what do I see? Dr. Rumpus in the middle of the street with a parking cone, directing traffic, getting yelled at by cops to not do that, and you shouldn't be doing that. And I just I looked at my wife and I thought, this is what we need. This is the superintendent that and she's like, that's Dr. Rumpus? I'm like, that's Dr. Rumpus. Like, and she can't see that far anyway. So I was like, that's, you know, yeah, that's Dr. Rumpus out there in the middle of the street with a parking cone directing traffic. So if anybody ever wondered what kind of superintendent we have, that's that superintendent. I did not expect him to show up. I expected to walk out with cops there, something like that. But to walk out and see this man that left wherever he was to come over and do that for the district just speaks volumes to me. So congratulations. That's fantastic. Thank you, Ken.
All right, I'll wrap us up. I'll say a lot of the similar sentiments here. So just, you know, because we haven't been here long enough. Just want to, just like everybody else, express appreciation for all the teachers and admin. One have worked all over the summer prepping for the school year, but also the teachers and librarians who both returned to get to set up the new classrooms, new learning spaces, and meet all the students. And definitely to all our support staff who keep the district functioning each and every day that we're here, even when we're not sometimes. I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight and listening online. I know, interesting story. Earlier this summer, a few of us, I included, had the opportunity to hear some stories from a former board member that recollected a time board members yelling at each other until red, some getting into each other's faces, and even occasionally getting a little physical with each other. She spoke of how crazy everything was. So it just makes me think, like, sometimes emotions can run high in these meetings, and I'm thankful for the people that I'm up here with, and we can all get frustrated with one another or things at one time, but we're all here to do the work for the district, working to have robust dialogue, to come to collective decisions. I'm just thank each and every one of you for the time that you put in and the effort that you put forward. Also, I'm always happy to have conversations. There's no guarantees I'll agree. We'll agree, but if anybody ever wants to talk, feel free to reach out. And I'll just leave it at that. So thanks everybody for coming. Board, like a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Thanks, everybody.